Namaskaram. It is indeed a great pleasure to welcome you all for the third day of the 5th National Seminar of Performing and Visual Arts, Samprekshana, The Art of Seeing Art 2022, Harmony Through Art. Today's first topic will be Harmony in the Facial Expression of Chola Murals by Shri P.S.Sriraman. Shri P.S.Sriraman's association with Archaeological Survey of India began in 1984 as a PG diploma student. He has spent about 4 decades in the field of archaeology and heritage management. In 1987, he joined ASI in a permanent capacity and conducted field work in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. He excavated Banahalli, a proto-historic site in Chola district, Keeladi and Kodumanal, early historic sites in Tamil Nadu. He was instrumental in design and execution of documentation of Chola murals in Brigadishwara Temple, Tanjavur, and also Kangra murals at Tira, Sujanpur. He has authored 2 books, Chola Murals, Documentation and Study of the Chola Murals of Brigadishwara Temple, Tanjavur, 2010, Murals of Tira, Sujanpur, 2013, published by Archaeological Survey of India. May I now invite Shri P.S.Sriraman onto the dais for the proceedings.
So, good morning to all. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to address you and to show you some of the glimpses of the Chola murals found within the Pradakshina Pada of the Brigadishwara temple, which is otherwise not shown, you cannot see it as a common person because of various reasons. I also thank the director Kalakshetra for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Particularly, I think for the first time I'm addressing a group of students, a huge gathering of students. It's really indeed a great pleasure for me. Let me go into the presentation straight away. 40 minutes? 40 minutes. Thank you. So anyway, I have given the title as of this presentation is Exhibition of Harmony in the Chola Murals, because the theme of the seminar is also about harmony. Harmony is anything, we can take it with a simple definition as I taken it from the Cambridge Dictionary. Harmony is the combination of separate but related parts in a way that uses their similarities to bring unity to a painting, drawing or any other art object. The Indian and Western text on painting emphasize harmony in the painting, that is chitra, we can call it broadly, on high by placing importance on the fundamental elements of paintings like color, line, texture, value, space and shape and form. All these elements in Indian paintings is used to create figures. Harmony in painting is created when these elements are utilized in such a way that the figures are created by them to complement or to relate one another to express a concept or theme. With this small introduction, we can go and see the Chola murals. Just seeing itself will feel a great peace of mind and harmony in your mind. So before that, I want to just give a brief introduction about our ancient texts which speaks about painting, particularly technique of painting, and if you go through them in detail, the fundamental concept expressed in that is again harmony only. So one of the great texts that was written was Chitra Sutra of Vishnu Dharmottara. It is actually a part of that Vishnu Dharmottara one, so the 3rd chapter. It deals with painting in detail. There are various slokas are there. It explains the ornaments of a painting or the lines, shading and decoration and color. These are 4 fundamental things it takes. It also speaks about the acharyas who used to teach the art of painting to the disciples, and also it speaks about the critics, because in any art, appreciation of art, criticism is a very important thing. Without criticism, you have to just backpat yourself with whatever you create. Painting is made with lines that are smooth, clear and beautiful color and represent the dress or appropriate to the particular country without lacking proportion is an extraordinary one. This is the qualification given by Vishnudharmatra to any painting. It also enumerates about 8 important features of a painting, that is posture, proportion, the use of plumb lines, charm, details, verisimilitude, the loss and gain, that is the foreshortening. Foreshortening is not generally seen in Indian paintings except in 1 or 2 instances in Ajanta. The text also adds that an auspicious painting is the one that incorporates such a high degree of verisimilitude that appears to be smiling alive. That is, any painting should be as realistic as possible. A good painting annihilates bad dreams and propitiates the house deity. A painting that is imbued with postures, beauty, playfulness and sentiments as visualized by discerning mind is thus believed to be fulfilled desires. It also explains that ornaments of a painting, I have already gone through that. There are 2 important quotes from this Vishnudharmatra, that is, of all the arts, the best is Chitra. It gives the fruit of Dharma, Artha, Kama and Moksha. Wherever it is established in a house, it is the harbinger of best of auspiciousness. There is also another quote which I want to give in translation. Just as Sumeru is the best of mountains, as Garuda is the foremost of the birds, and as the king is the chief among the men, of similarity, the best Chitra is the most praiseworthy among the fine arts. I don't know, many of you may or may not accept, but this is what the text says. There are other important texts. Later on it continued the Indian tradition like Samarangana Sutradhara, Aparaja Prasha, Manasloza, then Shilparatna, like that. We have got also very good references in the Sangam literature about painting, the techniques of painting, but of course we don't have any full book on painting available in Tamil. This one particular example from Paripadal is very important here. The hero and heroine going to a Mantapa in Thiruparamkundram, where they say that the theme of Rati and Kama is painted on the wall, and the hero explains it to the heroine the greatness of that particular theme. So this shows that all our monuments, temples, palaces, everything was painted once upon a time. We have got a quote here from the great Shri Murti. He talks about the painter. The Indian painter is so engrossed in his art as an offering to God that he almost sought communion with the Almighty. He created his masterpiece not in the spirit of imposing his personality on an admiring world with a desire for personal honor or fame, but obliterated himself, almost deriving supreme satisfaction that his art was an offering to the God. He says that he is a yogi lost in the world of art. Why I am giving you all this background is, if you just see these murals which are going to follow, you will be able to appreciate all these work, to what extent the artist there has faithfully translated it into his work. Even in fragmentary state of preservation, great paintings still glow with luster and never fail to attract the attention of the beholder. Because in India, if you take the classical traditions or the paintings exhibiting the classical traditions was almost over by about 10th or 12th century AD. So we have got very few remains of these paintings all over India. For example, you might have heard of Ajanta, which is even in almost all the caves were painted, but only now we have got painting preserved in a very few caves, not 3-4 caves, and only in cave it is completely fully preserved. Then we have patches of paintings in Badami, Ellora, and even in Kanchipuram, Panamalai. And after Ajanta, the biggest corpus of ancient Indian painting, it is before 10th century AD, is found in Brihadishwara temple, Tanjavur. Unfortunately, we do not know what are the painters. The painter's name is not recorded in the history, in the annals of history, but still we are seeing them and enjoying it. So with this introduction, small introduction, I am going into the main themes. And these are the two images we got from the murals. One is representing the Rajaraja, other is his son Rajendra. The one you can see on the other side, the young face, is his son Rajendra. They consecrated this temple on the 275th day of his 25th anniversary of Rajaraja in AD 1010, almost 1000 years back. So I think when you would have gone to this temple, I don't want to give much introduction. Even this temple, the harmony starts right from its design itself. This is a geometry of the design of the temple given by a French architect. If you see that the entire plan of the temple is divided into 3 perfect squares. If you see the measurements, the difference in measurements from each unit will be of about centimeter. Just remember that this temple was constructed without any modern theodolite or dumpy level or any of this, any of the instruments. So they were able to draw all these lines perfectly. All the 3 squares are perfect, and the linga is placed at the right at the center of the rear square, and the height of the temple is also 1/2 of the rear square, of the side of the rear square. The geometry is very perfect. To create this is very difficult without an instrument. So the pre-planning or whatever the design they had on their hand before going into construction would have been great. And the size itself is one of the biggest temple in India, you can say. We have calculated something about about 125,000 tons of stone was quarried from far away areas, about 60-70 kilometers away. They were brought here, they were chiseled into various shapes, each and every. If a stone goes to a particular, it must be completely predetermined. The shape says everything. So then it was constructed. And remember, this was constructed, the entire period of construction was about 6 to 7 years. It is less than the time we take to construct one big bridge in India now. And of course, the king was such a great visionary. He was not only able to patronize and support his architect, craftsmen to build a great and grand temple. See, if you take the scale of the temple that was slightly bigger before that was biggest was the Kalakshetra temple. From Kalakshetra temple, this temple, that magnification was extraordinary. It is very difficult. So you can construct a single floor house, 2 floor house, 3 floor house. Suddenly if you ask them to construct a 30 or 40 floor building, it's difficult. But they were able to do it. And beyond that, the king Rajaraja was able to gave quite a lot amount of wealth to the temple and arrangements, administrative arrangement to the temple, and everything he got it recorded on the wall. If anyone can go through the transcripts or translations of these inscriptions, I'll give you a small example. Suppose if a necklace is donated to the god, you can take. So he will give the weight of the total weight of the necklace. Then he will give the weight of the necklace that is gold in it, the lac that is arakku, which is used for setting the diamonds and other things. So that is separate. Then even the saradu, that is thread which is used to tie, that is separate, given separate. Then he will go into enumerate how many stones are there. Of that stones, what all the types, maybe vairam, vaidyuram, etc., etc. And even in that, he will record how many of them are of good quality, how many of them are of bad quality. In spite of all this recording and then engraving it right on the wall as a permanent record. It is very permanent. I don't know how much permanent or other documents are going to be. Majority, none of them are now surviving. So now, he endowed, I said that he has created a very great architecture, then we have got excellent administrative setup for the maintenance of the temple. Then he did not forget to embellish this particular temple with murals. But for that he chose a very, very difficult location, that is within the Pradakshina Patha of the temple. I don't know why that location was chosen, why he has not done it on the outside. Probably he might have felt that these frescoes, as we call them, may fade or may got destroyed after a period of time. So he chose the very highly protected, the Pradakshina Pada around the Garbhagriha. You can see that, and if you that, this is the total the area where it is being painted. It's a very, very small area. Means, I will show you some of the things. It's about, total area is about 7,100 square feet of area was painted by him. But of course, unfortunately what happened, even though he has done it, taken a very secluded area, these paintings got damaged in the period of time. During the 16th, 17th century, the Nayaka kings, they came and they repainted it over it, completely obliterating the original Chola layer. So by fortune, we were able to expose the Chola layer in about 1,212 square meter area. The rest of the area are now covered with Nayaka period. Just you can see it's a very narrow space, about 7 feet in breadth, and the height is about 10 feet. Each panel measures about 10 feet in width and 15 feet in height. For any photographer, this is a challenge because there is no light, there is no space, which is required for any photography, normal photography. It is not possible. So right from its discovery up to recently about 2004 or 5, these paintings were picturized in bits and pieces and published in photographs, not properly studied, not properly understood also, because the artist has the chief person who has designed the entire thing has designed it in one single theme, right from bottom to top, measuring an area of about 150 square feet. But if you go there and stand, what you can see in the eye level will be a very, very small area. And the light is also not there. So majority of the scholars, many of the scholars could not able to find out the relation between the figures and understand the entire composition in one single concept. The only way for this is to photograph these paintings in small bits. With the advent of digital camera and computer, we were able to do it in 2006. We took 40 frames of each painting by placing the camera exactly at the same distance, right to all the 44s, and maintaining the same light for all the 40 frames. And then we were able to stitch it using the Photoshop package here. And now we are able to bring one single frame, the entire panel in one single frame, as it was thought composed by the ancient painter. So now anyone can go to their computer and see these things in detail by enlarging it. These are the various views of the Pradakshina Pada, where you can see what you see on the top is the Nayaka layer, on the left is the Chola layer. So this is how it looked like inside. And this is a very famous painting as identified as Rajaraja and Karuvur, which it is not. So actually this is a full figure of the two images. It is found on a very, very small offset at a very obscure corner of the entire Pradakshina Pada. So if you go to any textbook, you will be seeing only up to the bust or navel. The legs are always removed. But the fact is there is a small area which is not painted there. But the entire offset there are 4 figures. But what happened in our textbook, what we see is only half of that and very wrongly identified as Rajaraja and his preceptor Karuvur. Neither of the figure has got the Lakshanas of neither a king nor a saint. So with this we will go. These are all as of now we are able to identify 7 themes there. The first theme is Rajaraja is taking Diksha from his Guru. Earlier it was wrongly identified as Dakshinamurti, but it is not so. The second is the story of Sundara. Sundaramurti Nayana story is depicted. Then we have got a painting which is normally identified as Rajaraja worshipping as Nataraja, that is in the Chidambaram temple. But now I was able to identify it portrays the actual incident of retrieving the Devaram hymns from Chidambaram temple. Then we have another completely damaged and dilapidated panel of Rajaraja worshipping Linga. At the same time, at the bottom, there is a depiction of Rajaraja sitting in his entire court along with all his guru, everybody, and his officials. And probably Devaram was premiered for the first time after it is being divided into 7 Tirumurais by Nambi and Arnambi. Then we have a panel of Shiva Parvati's marriage, then we have got Shiva is Tirupurantaka, then we have got Ravana shaking Kailasa. So I have a quote from Sri Shivaramurti. Again, it's very excellent, it summarizes the entire Chola art. If expression has to be taken as the criterion by which great art has to be judged, it is here in abundance in these Chola paintings. The sentiment of heroism, Veerarasa, is clearly seen in Tirupurantaka's face and form. The figures and attitude of Rakshasas determined to fight Shiva and wailing tear-stained faces of the woman, clinging to them in despair, suggest an emotion of pity, that is Karuna, and terror, Raudra. Shiva as Dakshinamurti is the mirror of peace, Shanta. The hands in Vishmaya of the dancer suggest the spirit of wonder, or Adbhuta. The dwarf Ganas in comic attitude represent Asya. The co-mingling of emotion is complete in the large Tirupurantaka panel, which is jumble of Veera, Raudra and Karuna. So with this we will go. And, this is the first panel where I want to show. This is the one where Rajaraja is taking the Diksha from his Guru. So this is the complete panel. The bottom portion is now covered with Naika painting. In the center portion, which I am not going to go through it, is that we have got the Guru of Rajaraja sitting inside a cave, and Rajaraja along with his 3 queens are taking the Diksha from him. The entire thing is taking place in a very secluded forest which has got a lot of rocks and everything. Let me go into the details of it. This is the Rajaraja, this is a Guru with 2 queens and Rajaraja there. And this is a figure of the depiction of the caves inside the forest. There you can see there is a wild boar to a top left. Then we have got sages sitting inside the cave discussing about various aspects of philosophy or life or whatever it is. They are all peaceful because Diksha is going below. Absolutely there is no commotion. Then we have a herd of elephants there trying to break and pluck the tree leaves. Then on the other side of the thing we have got 2 lions sitting inside a cave again quietly. Then we have got other women saints sitting there. Then the next one we have a depiction, almost this all very this one I can show you in a much better way. If I go into the main this one, then we have a depiction of other animals, mythical animals, a leopard and other things, and also a hunter. But the most important thing is this banyan tree, which is located just above the head of the saint. Why I am showing this particular thing is, this is where the artist had the sort of an freedom to show his imagination, because since this is not a theme as prescribed by his canons of Dakshinamurti, this is actually a Guru giving the Diksha, but again the Guru is personified or equated to the form of Dakshinamurti as Shiva. There is a banyan tree shown, also a Pokanam is shown, but the banyan tree is full of life. So we can now have a closer view of it. So what happens in the banyan tree? Suddenly one serpent enters. The commotion starts for all other animals. Otherwise they are all peacefully sitting in that banyan tree enjoying the peace of that entire forest. By the entry of this particular serpent, this already has eaten something because the bottom portion is bulging. The first person is that monkey. It is just Rather, can't say it is running. I don't have a word for that. It's just because of fear it is running away from this one. Then we have another monkey that is also running away from it because they are in the direct sight of the serpent. Then we have another monkey sitting on the top of the tree, just waiting and watching what is going to happen to him. Then we have birds, various birds. They're all agitated, but they are waiting to fly away. There is a peacock which is looking down what is happening down at the down. Then we have another monkey which is not knowing of all these problems, just peacefully plucking the fruits and eating them. Now let me go into the details of it. There is two owls also there. They don't know what is happening. So this is the close-up of the serpent. You can see it's already tongues are all leashing and with already something is already eaten and still going to attack all the animals in the banyan tree. So now we have got the birds there. 3 birds. They're all, one is looking down, one is looking back. What is happening? There's a squirrel happily roaming around the branches without any problem. Then come to the monkeys. And it's always the monkeys and the serpents, they never enjoy a good relation. That is what the biology text says. And this monkey has already seen the cobra and it is running away from it. And quite safe. It's all his legs are all placed right on the trunk. But still the face is so red because of fear. This particular monkey is right on the line of things, but just see the way that the artist has drawn the legs. None of them is very firmly planted on the trunk. It's about to fall. It has not fallen. It has lost its balance. Then we have the other 2 monkeys, just one is wait and watching, other is doesn't know anything. So this kind of freedom that artist had, he was able to bring it inside the painting. So now you can see all the 3 together, how he has depicted the monkeys. So now we'll go to the next panel, that is the story of Sundar, which I think I don't need not have to say it here again. As you know, Sundar is one of the important Nayanmar, one of the 63 Nayanmars, and he was Anukatundan for Shiva, and he came to the earth to complete his all worldly thing. And before coming, he took a word from, promise from Shiva that he will be stopped from entering into the worldly things. So, you know, the Tadatakunda Puranam was initiated. Shiva came as an old man and said that you are my slave. That thing. The story goes on and many of you will be knowing it. So this, the artist has composed in 3 different portions. The bottom portion depicts the scenes of cooking for the marriage. Then we have the dispute between Sundar and Shiva, and ultimately Shiva going into Thiruvannamalur temple and then showing his real thing. Then the next half, that is in the eye level of the painting, we have on the left side we have a temple which may be Thiruvanjikulam, we are not very sure of it. Then we have the depiction of Sundara going to Kailasha in the elephant given by Indra, and before him was the Cheraman, his friend, who is also going, just mentioning the Panchakshara Nama, that Shivaya Nama on his horse, so they are all. And right on the top we have the depiction of Kailasa itself, with the Shiva seated as a Yoga Dakshinamurti in the company of all other devas, all other gods. This is the bottom portion of the thing. Right on the left side bottom corner, you can see some of the people are cooking for the event. Very peacefully. This is the scene where Shiva is showing the proof that Sundar is my slave. And the entire villagers, they are all very much surprised, because in those days a Brahmin cannot be a slave. So they are all very much surprised. You can just see the expression in everyone's face. I'll show you thing. They're all very much surprised. How it could be. It is not possible. Just see the face. So it's a very small depiction there. So this is the place when first Shiva comes in Tirunavalu and saying that Sundari is my thing. I have shown particularly right on the top of that there is a Vidhana is there. Right above the Mandapa where the Sabha Mandapa where there used to be a Sabha in each and every village. And you can see that Adhisthana is also shown at the bottom. And it is covered with a temporary shamya like what we do today. And if you see particularly that on the top there are about 50 or 54 Hamsas are shown. Nowhere in Indian painting or Indian art Hamsas are shown in the same posture. Impossible to find. If there are two Hamsas or two Ganas, the Indian sculptor or ancient sculptor painter will never paint them in the same mood. But here we are having an similarly postured Hamsas there. Then I was thinking about why it is so. Then I found out that this is because of that Vidhana was made using block printing. So this is one of the earliest evidences for block printing in India. Even though it is indirect, this one, but here it is. Unless and until the block printing, these things would not have come. If the artist had to show his imagination, he would not have done this. So this is the scene depicting Shiva is entering into the Tiruvannayalur temple. On the right side you can see a complete side elevation of a temple. If any one of you here is a civil draughtsman and have been participated in drawing a temple, this is the way we draw it even today. With all the elevation is perfect, all the proportion is perfect, and then even the depth is also shown by thicker brush strokes. The rest are all below. Then this is a very famous scene of Sundarar traveling to Kailasa on the white elephant of Indra by singing that the last padigam. Then in front of him is, we have Sriraman Perumal Nayanar accompanying him. The thing is just you see the difference between the facial or expressions of the elephant and the horse. The horse obviously is not a divine element in this particular place. It has been given the divine power by mentioning the Panchakshara Nama, but so it has to show a little bit of effort to go to the Kailasa. At the same time, the elephant being given by Indra, it is an Airavata, it can just gently, it is flowing. And the artist was able to bring out, just see the swinging, rhythmic swinging of, or rather harmonious singing of the bells and even all the festoons and all the other decorations of this one. And below that, a very beautiful depiction of sea. If you just see, even the waves are also at that particular point of time is not very rough. They are very smooth, with lot of marine life shown with fishes. On the other side, we have got alligators and other, not alligator, a sharp teethed fish. On the top, we have the depiction of Kailasa, which I am not going into, but we can just see this Gana. He has to maintain the beat in Kailasa, which is a very most difficult thing. And just see the expression, how it would have been difficult for him to maintain the beat. Now we'll go into the next panel of Raja, the worshipping Raja, and it is taking this one. Here I am not going to go into the detail. By just seeing the two roofs of the shrine, you can easily identify it as Chidambaram, to which Rajaraja goes with complete retinue, including his elephant, other officials, everybody. So I am going to take two groups of people here. 2 or 3 groups. There are all lot of Shaiva Bhaktas are there. They are all just sitting and talking, because what is happening inside the event is that for the first time Rajarai is taking the charge of the entire leaves of the Tirumurais. Before that it was not collected and then divided into 7 Tirumurais. Now he is going to take. So it is an important occasion. So everybody is discussing among themselves of the greatness of of the incidents of Tirumurai also. You can just see the way by the hand postures that. And inside the prakara we have a group of royal ladies. So as a group of ladies, they don't want to discuss among themselves as a collective body. They are discussing among themselves individually. And you can just see everyone is discussing with the next person. And if you can strain your eyes, just you can see their coiffure and as well as their dress. No two ladies is wearing the same designed sari or ornaments. Right in contrast, at the bottom we have got very commoners, because the presence of the God and as well as the presence of their beloved king, they are very quiet, they are not discussing, they are just simply in Anjali posture. This is a very difficult panel for me to interpret it because it is completely damaged, but still I was able to identify it as the one portion of it is actually Rajaraja is worshipping the linga before its consecration in the Bradishwa temple. And the bottom, after the collection of all the Tirumurai leaves, it was divided into 7 Tirumurais. And then Nambi and Nambi was able to, for the first time, he is giving it. Then at the bottom we have an excellent depiction of this one, where on the left side is all the royal people all sitting in a hierarchical fashion, as we used to sit in a president's investiture ceremony. First is the royal guru, then is Rajaraja, then Rajendra, then there's a space, probably maybe Kunda, we are not to that figure has gone. Then the 3 queens, and bottom is all other royal ladies. Then we have a separate enclosement space for the royal offspring, the prince and princess. On the right side we have the officials. Bottom officials are very simply dressed, and the next row of officials are well dressed but always having a thick bunch of leaves with them, because in the inscriptions we get a post called Volai Nayagam, Thirumantra Volai, like that. They are all the writers of the royal orders. The king will give the orders, immediately it will be written down in a piece of palm leaf, and it will be communicated in the bureaucratic channel, because we hear that there's a place called Tirumukudal, where we have got a very descriptive inscription, how this royal order was received in the palm leaf, how it was engraved it on the wall. So they are all very attentive, even in a sort of a ceremony they are very ready with all leaves and everything. Then on the other side we have got this one. These two are historical panels depicting an event of Rajaraja himself. This is a very, very rare depiction in Indian painting. Just I am going to show only one. We have 2 groups of royal ladies. I do not know that particular lady, if you see them very closely there, she has got very long nails, even the long nails are shown. And she had kept her hands like that, so that the nails will not break. Then right below we have a series of row of lowly placed officials. You can see there are differences shown in facial colors and different colors, because they may be belonging to various parts of his kingdom. And above is slightly higher officials. You can see their dress is very ornamental and with the bunch of palm leaf in there. And of course we are having this, we have the depiction of Rajaraja and as well as Rajendra. You can just see the differentiation between the age, because Rajendra at this point of time must be around 66, 65, 70 years old, and Rajendra must be about 30, 35 years old. Both are very excellently depicted. They are all seated side by side. Before Rajaraja, we have the royal guru is depicted. Then we go into the panel of Triprantaka. Again, I have quote here by P.S.Sriraman. The sentiment of heroism Veerasa is clearly seen in the Triprantaka's face and form. The figures and attitude of the Rakshasas, wailing tear-stained faces of the woman, suggest an emotion of pity, karuna and terror or Rudra. Again, it's a commingling of emotions here. So this is the great depiction of Shiva as Triprantaka. It's a very oft repeated and oft published photograph. But now you can see the Rakshasas and his wife who is clinging him. Right in the battlefield, there is no role for a wife in a battlefield. Obviously that too with God. So she is coming and stopping him, please don't fight with him, there is no point in, but he's not going to listen to her. Just, you can see the expression in both. But of all this is the best depiction I can say. When the Ahangaras came out of the hands of Shiva, this poor deer, what it can do? It cannot take that jerk. So obviously it was disturbed from its peaceful position. It was thrown out in this one. But it was about to come back into its original position. You just see the facial expression of that. He doesn't know whether she is going to come back to the hands of the god or what. But it was disturbed. This is recently exposed a panel of Shiva's marriage with Shiva Parvati marriage. Actually it is in a corner chamber, and what we have seen as a Rajaraja and Karurti, this panel forms part of this composition. This composition, the marriage is taking place, so many rishis and gods, goddesses, they are all come and congregate. And those four figures, they are just part of this retinue, that's all. But unfortunately our previous art historians, they all identified it as Rajaraja, and that is stuck. I am trying my level best to say that this is not, but nobody is ready to accept. Actually this panel is there on all the four walls of the corner chamber. But it gave us one of the most beautiful figures of women ever depicted in this one. They are all standing behind a screen on a balcony, just witnessing the Shiva's Parvati's marriage below. You just see they are as good as a depiction from Ajanta. So again we are coming back. They are all just four rishis attending the Shiva's marriage. Thank you very much. So I want to say my salutes to these four. He is the one who discovered the paintings in 1930. He is Dr. S. Paramasivam. He is the first man to conserve these paintings. Dr. K.N. Shastri, everybody knows about him, I don't have to say. Dr. Shri K.S. is my guru. Actually, he taught me about the temple when I was a student. Yes, before that, I will just show you how we have I will show you one panel, what we have done exactly there. So actually this is the one complete panel. As you think, this is not one single photograph, this is composed of 40 photographs. Taken when the first digital camera was released by Nikon in I think 2004. Nikon D100, it's very nowadays. And we worked in a system which had, I think, 512 MB RAM on a 14-inch monitor, CRT monitor. It took us 1 hour to just save 2 images in one place. This is what you can see. This is the detail of the image which we are able to gain at that time. But if we do it again with the modern, with the modern cameras, with modern system, we'll be able to do a much better thing. And such documentations are required. Thank you very much. So I have downloaded all the images here for Kalakshetra. They can use it. Even though they are all digital images, I don't know how long it will survive. Thank you very much. Any questions anybody wants to ask? Please. PV. Pardon?
Sir, are the abrasions on the...
There are so many reasons, but of course they are not documented in the things. What I felt, see, there is a small article by the discoverer, Annamalai in the Hindu. He says that when I touched, it all fell down.
Okay.
The Nayaka layer fell down because the Chola layer is a very smooth layer.
Yeah.
So obviously the Nayaka layer did not stick onto it. Even the Nayaka the painters even himself either could have scratched it because he wanted his mortar to go there and fix on it, quite possible. Or when removing it, they must have removed it mechanically, not chemically. It might have got damaged. Either way.
Oh, so they removed it mechanically, sir?
It was removed mechanically before, at least in the initial stages.
So how did they discover this?
See, in 1930, on one fine morning, this Mr. Professor S.K. Govindaswamy is a very energetic young man. Sorry, I don't have the particular this one. All these, there are, if you go inside the Pradakshina Pada, the fourth Pradakshina Pada has got 4 entrances from outside. In front of that, we have got the images of three big images. These 3 entrances were blocked up by masonry wall with a small honeycomb construction, and you can enter the Pradakshina Pada from the Garbhagriha. That is also closed. I don't know, probably they might not, nobody was allowed to go inside. I don't know what made him to go inside. He went inside and he found out. He says that I went with the Petromax, baby Petromax, and found it. That's great, we are lucky.
Yeah. And the other Nayak paintings don't have anything under there are some more Nayak paintings that are around the Pradakshina Pada.
Yes.
Has that been investigated for...
No, the very simple investigation we did is a common sense investigation. We tap it. If the Nayaka layer is well fixed, either there is no Chola layer behind, it is just sitting right on the stone surface, or the Chola layer is there, the Nayaka layer is sticking. So in that case, you will not be able to remove it.
So we can also do IR imaging now, sir.
Pardon?
We can also do IR imaging now.
Infrared images.
Yeah.
It was not taken.
Okay, sir.
Because all this work was done up to 1980s. Okay. Beyond 1980s, whatever has been exposed, we are just preserving. Only one small area I exposed when I was doing this project.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Brilliant work, sir.
Thank you.
Inspiring.
Thank you.
There are 2 Oriental manuscripts references available in Theosophical Society Library.
No, I am not able to listen to you. Please, you can come here nearby. Sorry, I am making it to come here. Very sorry.
Happy that we are giving it to Kalakshetra. There are 2 references available in Theosophical Society Library. One is by Paramasivam, a chemical curator during Sivaramamurthy's period. He had analyzed the entire wall samples from all over the world, the older civilizations, and that could be referred to. Another book by one English author, 1839, again it is available in Theosophical Society, where he has done a detailed analysis of all the materials, the proportion, the technique of all the wall mural techniques of the world at large. So these two books, if you are able to source it from Theosophical Society, they have such wonderful references available, not anywhere else. Thank you. Just want to share.
I am aware of the Paramasivan's work, and even I tried to go to his family and try to contact them, but I was unable to do it. I am aware of Paramasivan's work. In fact, what Paramasivam has analyzed the pigments in 1940s, it still stands. It was not yet been done. I don't know why ASI has not taken it so far. The blame also, I should also take the blame for that. Thank you.
That was indeed an eye-opening session on Chola Murals, sir. Thank you so much. I now request our chairman, Shri S. Ramadorai, sir, and director, Srimati Revathi Ramachandran, to kindly come upon dais to felicitate Shri P.S.Sriraman.
I want to thank Mr. Sriraman sir for his very erudite presentation today, and he has also agreed to come and meet our students at leisure and give you some more insights into whatever is happening, and especially that one thing about this Annam and the block printing, that was something I think I've never known, and it was wonderful, sir. Thank you so much. Huh? Oh. Yeah, all his interpretations have been published as a book, so you can get that also. Okay, thank you so much, sir. We'll go now for the second session.
Our second session's topic, Role of Governing Institutions of Art in Promoting Culture, by Shri Aneish P. Rajan. Shri Aneish P. Rajan, Secretary in Charge, Sangeet Natak Academy, is currently Director of Academies and UNESCO, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. He belongs to the 2008 batch of IRS, GST and Customs, and was predominantly in the field of postings, Central Excise Intelligence, Customs Preventive Operations in Kerala, and was posted as Additional Commissioner of GST in Nagpur before opting for deputation to Ministry of Culture. A graduate in economics, he received his master's and MPhil in political studies and from JNU, New Delhi. Among his publications, working paper on hagiography presented in the 20th European Conference on Modern South Asian Studies, University of Manchester, UK, and the paper titled The God and the Attire, Dilemmas of a Secular World in the Age of Sacral Reemergence, selected for the conference on Sacred and the Secular in University of Southampton, UK. He has been conferred the Award for Excellence in Service representing India, instituted by World Customs Organization, Brussels, in January 2020, and the Commendation for Excellence in Implementation of GST by Chief Commissioner CGST and Customs, Kerala, in 2018. He was awarded Junior Research Fellowship by University Grand Commission in Political Science in 2005. Shri Aneish Rajan trained in Bharatanatyam for about 15 years and is acquainted with other dance forms like Kuchipudi and Mohiniyattam. However, he would like to be called only as a connoisseur of arts and not a performer. May I now invite Shri Aneish Rajan onto the dais for the second session.
A very good morning to all of you. Sri Guru Pyo Namaha. The topic assigned to me is the role of government in promotion of art and culture in India. But I myself got bored with that title. And on a fine morning I thought, I will little tweak the title and talk today by addressing rather the point of view of a nation state than a government, because the reason for which is the ever continuing presence of nation in imagining the way in which we gave ourselves to be defined in the Constitution. I am not as you have heard, I am not an art performer, or I'm just a connoisseur of arts, but I'm also an administrator. But predominantly I would like to call myself as a student, mostly trained in political studies as my post-graduation and MPhil and my later research would entail me to say so. Let me speak to you rather than talk to you, rather than making a kind of a seminar presentation. When I got into the service, I couldn't complete my PhD. I went to my university with a proposal which was little different in those days and even in that university. The proposal was that in India there is a continuing enchantment with the state. When we talk about state and government and institutions of government, for you or for people like the commoners, those who are not attached to any government institutions or formations, mostly government and bureaucracy and institutions are boring, jarring, they are obstinate. So whenever there is a movie, when police became the villain and the protagonist in the film overpowers this police and the institutions of bureaucracy, we all will become happy, right? Because you want the Nayakan to defeat the police. And I don't know, some of you Malayalis are here, and there was a movie called Drishyam, which got remaked into Tamil and into Hindi and all. It became a big success. It became a big success because none of you, or even none of us who watched that film, wanted the protagonist, the Nayakan, to be caught by the police. Because he was actually trying to cover up a murder. In legal sense, it is a murder. Had it been a murder of a Nayaga or any other person, all of us would have. So I've asked this question in one of the sociology conference, why the film became such a hit across India, not only in India, everywhere, because people wanted state to get defeated. And there is some sort of vicarious pleasure in seeing that the institutions which actually overpowers is caught in a bad shape or in a bad light, and we are happy about it. So it is not only the film it got through, it's also our ambitions to overcome the institutions. But my point is something different. Though it could be true for all of us, because we all would have gone to different institutions of power which would have kept you on their doorstep, which would have talked to you in a very bad manner and even made you to wait for hours. So all government institutions, village offices, tahsildar, police station, government hospitals, all become, for the commoners, become the monumental power and the monumental power of obstinate bureaucracy, whatever you call. But this is a later phenomenon. I'm not saying that the entire systems are completely bad or completely good. I'm talking about the other way around. In a shorter way, we know there is something called modernity which emerged in Europe. And when we talk about modernity in India, that modernity had not started only with our independence movement or our independence. It is a pre-independent movement phenomenon. And how this modernity was worked out, if I'm talking in Kalakshetra, way back in 1934, it was the modern imagination of an art and performance of a person. We can have European parallels for Attai, for that matter, Rukmini Devi, for that matter. My point is, even before independence, the notion of state, everything has been attached to the institutions of state, has got a relevant, significant portion in promoting not only our culture, also our notions of our independence. And this is as against the way in which nations are imagined in Europe. So there is a important work of Benedict Anderson which talks about the imagined communities, imagined nations. But very interestingly, there is a rejoinder from India called, most of you would have heard about a thinker, Partha Chatterjee, who thinks that even before independence, the nation in India have not been imagined the way in which Europeans imagined. So he, as a rejoinder to Benedict Anderson of Imagined Communities of Europe, where Anderson says that in Europe, nationalism and nation states, etc., have been imagined. It is a modular phenomenon. It has been imagined at different point of time, whereby the Indian thinking, largely found in early 1980s, have been a different take. Let me read through, then I will explain to it. The history of modern India has been written largely as a history of coming into being of the nation. Over the conventional 200 years time span from 1757 to 1947, India is seen as emerging from subjugation to its tryst destiny with other nations of the world at the stroke of midnight. If I called, somebody would like Dilip Menon would tell you like this, Salman, if I caught Salman Rushdie's evocative phrase, "We all are midnight children," captured the self-perception of a generation who saw their lives and fortunes as twinned with the destiny of young India. There was a sense of newness as also arousal. It was as if, like the sleeping beauty at the kiss of the prince, the nation too had awakened to a sense of itself. I'm talking about how we started imagining India from the day of independence. The nationalist movement had to work hard in creating a sense of territorial and cultural unity. Large part of India did not concur with the then ruling dispensation, their understanding of national geography. There have been different geographies, different princely states who wanted a different state and different culture altogether. Debates continued in the public sphere even after the independence as to how deep-rooted was the idea of India rather than region, ethnicity or religious affiliation. However, political exigencies and the necessity of governance meant that the unity of India had to be presented as a self-evident truth. One of the effects of this was the history of 15th August 47 came to be written about by a generation of historians as the glorious story of independence gained. Other possible narratives, particularly the tragic history of a nation partitioned, were sidelined. Now, we know our independence, our history, etc., etc. And for you students, you may think that our history started with 1947 August 15. No. Before the state, there is something called nation which already had emerged. That is the point what I am trying to tell you. And this was also my point during my PhD submission, which never happened. So let me try to relive that moment here. where it was argued that during our pre-independence period, our colonial struggle, you know the independence movement and all, but this movement was not simply political. It was not simply historical. It was largely cultural. This is a point which I would like to argue as against the European notion of imagined communities of the Europe, which has been argued by someone like Partha Chatterjee. So I would quote him. You know, how did we emerge as a nation? It is not only through a political struggle. There are different struggles which has been unnoticed or which got unnoticed during this process. See, Partha Chatterjee would argue anti-colonial nationalism. Before our independence, anti-colonial nationalism created its own domain of sovereignty within colonial society, well before it begins its political battle with the imperial power. It does this by dividing the world of social institutions and practices into two domains, the material and the spiritual. I'll explain. The material is the domain of the outside, of the economy and of the statecraft, of science and technology, a domain where the West had proved its superiority and the East had succumbed. In this domain, then, Western superiority had to be acknowledged and its accomplishments carefully studied and replicated. The spiritual, that's the second part, the spiritual, on the other hand, is an inner domain bearing the essential marks of cultural identity, which was primarily superior and significant and imperative for defining the national culture and spirit for India. And the greater one's success in imitating Western skills in the material domain, therefore, the greater the need to preserve the distinctiveness of one's spiritual culture. This formula is what is a fundamental feature of anti-colonial nationalism in Asia and Africa. It is not only for Asia, but it's also applicable for Africa. There are several implications. First, nationalism declares a domain of the spiritual its sovereign territory and refuses to allow the colonial power to intervene in that domain. The Indian experience and the period of social reform was actually made up of two distinct phases. In the earlier phase, Indian reformers looked to the colonial authorities to bring about by state action the reform of traditional institutions and customs. In the later phase, although the need for change was not disputed, there was a strong resistance to allowing colonial state to intervene in the matters affecting national culture. My point is, I'm trying to get into the art and performance and culture through this. What I'm trying to tell you, during our independence movement, there are two domains. One domain always kept intact, sacrosanct, that is the inner spiritual cultural domain of the nation, in which the colonial intrusion was limited. And this is the argument of Partha Chatterjee, which actually I have critiqued in a very different level through a spectrum of the religion and its implication in social life. But if you look at the cultural politics, the emergence of culture and the nationalism associated to culture, this is a very important point. Most of our inner domain experts, they try to protect our spirituality, culture, traditions, etc., and kept the civil society of the outer domain for the British. So it was impossible for them to intrude into the inner domain where we define the culture. And the next point is that through this, we developed a kind of a self-sustenance, we defined ourselves as a nation of different cultures and different nation of diversity, unity, etc., etc. And this got really implicated in the cultural imagination of Constitution. If you look at the Constitution as a book, if you look at it is with it, I think those who have, sir would have seen this. It is with Ramayana depictions, the entire Constitution every page is having number of paintings, number of works by Indian artists on Indian culture, Indian arts and Indian performance, etc. Now, what was my point? This has been taken as the starting point for imagining the nation in India. So this inner domain, and Partha Chatterjee actually talks about a different set. He actually goes to a larger, further distance and say, women were the protectors of this inner domain. They always kept the colonial power out of it. I don't agree with completely, but what you can see that when there was a political struggle going on during colonial period or pre-colonial times, there was also a cultural struggle going parallelly, which actually defined the way in which we have established right now. This is a very concise, brief story of the emergence of the culture in imagining nation. But see, when we imagine nation, it's actually, how do we imagine? Our imagination is a map, India. When you talk about India, if you stand in Adyar and talk about India, what is India? Then basically it's a map. Then you define our map. Then we have a Bharat Mata, which is almost imitating the map. If you look at Bharat Mata's depiction in pictures, it is almost like it actually touches the contours of the map. So there's an interesting work of Patricia Oberoi where calendar art became defining the nation. But this is not what I am supposed to talk to you. I am supposed to talk to you regarding the government's role in promotion of art and culture. But before that, that's what I said. Instead of talking about government, we have to understand more than government, there is a concept of nation state, and government represents that nation state. It is not necessary that government should represent all of them, but government represents basically the notion of the nation state in its deeds. And here comes my my reading, how to go about the policy. If you look at the early 50s, look, India mainly had the debate whether to go with the US and the USSR, whether to go with the capitalism, go with capitalist mode of product, capitalist mode of market, or the socialist way. Then largely we took a middle path of the so-called Nehruvian economy took a middle path, and the trickle-down economy, and we have seen the trial and tribulations of that model. But regarding culture, we were pretty sure about it. That is my point. Regarding art and culture and performances, those related areas, state was very particular, and state had a very clear mind how to have the institutions to mold the policies of art and performance in India as a big country. It's a huge country. So that's why the institutions started to come up in early 90s. So we took near about 7-8 years after independence, 1947 to 1954, 54 Sangeet Natak Academy and the Academy of Letters, National Academy of Letters, which is now known as Sahitya Academy. And later, National School of Drama got separated from Sangeet Natak Academy. But you are representing even a history even before that. Kalakshetra, 1934 and 36. So, in fact, this is a very interesting connection. Kalakshetra is maybe the only institution as of now under Government of India which traced or which has this trail of pre-independence cultural movement, and which got amalgamated officially in 1993 as a takeover. So you all represent pre-colonial cultural tract of India, for which I think we all are indebted to Attai, And I used to, even before coming to the Ministry of Culture, I used to have this point. See, here is somebody who was even offered offered the Indian presidentship. So Indian presidentship, I know, but it is not a small thing, when you imagine an Indian president, that imagination is that, it represents India. It represents India as the first person. And, then the then governmental formations, institutions had one person in mind to offer this. I think this is a very important history, not only in terms of culture, also in terms of the socio-political imagination of the institutions. So my point is that not less than 7 years or 8 years, Indian state began to institutionalize how to go about the institutions related with art and performance. That's why we all have this institutions called Sahitya Academy, Sangeet Nada Academy, Lilith Kala Academy, National School of Drama, CCRT, and now IGNCE. So, what is government doing? What is government's business? Most of you would be agreeing that, after globalization, when it comes to market, when it comes to our choices, you say let the market decide. Market would be the best place. Let globalization takes its call so that, state institutions will not enter into. But when it comes to art and culture, you require a state, you require institutions, you require awards. Even those who have got Padma awards have not got academy awards, because and they always wanted to get academy awards instituted by Government of India. Why? I think they are right in aspiring so. Because there is a stamp of Government of India, it becomes not only a stamp of a government, it becomes a stamp of a state, stamp of a nation state, which has been imagined predominantly as a cultural entity. And this is something very important. And also, 1957, maybe the earlier music and dance paper, the seminars which are conducted in Delhi, where Rukmini Devi also participated and started defining the classical, the traditional, the folk, etc., etc. Meaning, state institutions also started defining the Margi and Deshi, and that particular debate still continues, or it has to continue. That is what my point. When you look at the institutions like Sangeet Natak Academy or even Kalakshetra or Lilith Kala Academy, what are they doing? What is Academy doing? Academy is not a kind of a structure. Academy is, there are people sitting around me who have been a part of all these institutions and seen how the growth and trajectory of these academies and the role in defining that's what I put in very simply, the Margi and Deshi, whereby there are papers in academy, there are discussions in academy which actually define what is classical, what is Shastri, what is other traditional forms of dance. So there was a big discussion when one of the Kathak awardee refused to take the award because it was on the other forms or something. So he did not take, this was years back, and he did not receive the award and refused to take the award, saying that, see, you have to define what Kathak is. Because we had defined only number of, including Bharatanatyam, Mohiniyattam, Odissi, very few numbers of performing arts were defined as classical. Then still this classical, non-classical, traditional, non-traditional folk debate is going on, and there are people there are practitioners who would like to take other forms as classical. Then we have to actually define and decide what classical is. Who will do this job? Who will do this job? Can anybody do this job and have a stamp, no, this is classical or this is traditional or this is folk? No, it actually requires a backing of the state, right? Once it becomes a part of the institution of the state, whether Sangeet Natak Academy, Lilith Kala Academy, or even, see, I'll tell you what, now government needs to define something, then only it will be completely notified. I'll give you one example. Let me take a different route. Kalakshetra bill has been listed. Kalakshetra bill the amendment bill has been listed this time. And in any of the parliament sessions hereafter, it had never been listed till today, but it got listed this time. In any of the parliament sessions, it may come. So now there is a finality. I got the opportunity to write the words of amendment and the bill. The earlier bill was little convoluted. It was little trickier. So it had too many things in it. And now with the help of your current director, Revati Ramachandran, in fact, she worked a lot on it. My first amendment proposal, we had only two amendments, in the bill we had only two amendments. First amendment is that this particular clause, everything, it is basically, it has not come in the public domain. What I am proposing is that the form will be called as Bharatanatyam, not Bharat-Natyam. As of now, Bharatanatyam is called as Bharat-Natyam in India. It is Bharatanatyam. It is not Bharatanatyam. So it is Bharat-Natyam. So this hyphen is I thought, why this hyphen? No other Natyam is having a hyphen. I thought it is a very simple amendment proposal. It would get through. I got number of calls from Government of India, Cabinet and PM office and whoever. Why you are taking out this hyphen? Why Bharata? Why not Bharat-Natyam? See, I said you have to, I hope all of you would agree, right? It should be Bharatanatyam, right? If I am wrong, you can still correct. No. Correct. Because, bill is still there. If I am wrong, I have an opportunity to correct it also. So, but this, and the cabinet secretary, joint secretary had called me in person. I went to the cabinet secretary and said, this has to be, I said, for this, why do you require, he asked, for this, why do you require parliament? I said, I require parliament. Who would otherwise call this as the name? Right? Because we ourselves define, right? In the parliament, in the constitution, we ourselves define. So I said it has to be Bharatanatyam. Then I had to give a complete history, why it is called Bharata, what is Bharatanatyam, etc., etc. So government categories become much more important. And this is what I say, that there is a continuing enchantment with the state. This continuing enchantment with the state, even before independence. This is another thinker called Sudipto Kaviraj, one of my earlier professors, who actually written a book on enchantment with the state. He says that even from the times of Manu, India, there was a tendency to align with the state. It is, see, in Europe, modernity, everything emerged out of state. And they started defining modernity. Then the changes in socio-political economic structures in Europe defined their nation later, their state later. But in India, it is the other way around. India always had this state vision, a kind of a governmental vision, whereby the Rajas and those who were ruled took culture very importantly. That's why we are talking about Tanjore Rajas. Why they should have this mural, why they should have a second layer. The second layer of mural is a second layer of governance. Understand? So the second layer of mural is a second layer of governance and second layer of imposition or imposing of the then state. Because state takes, right sir? So state takes it quite seriously. And that's what right now happening in India in terms of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. I'll come to that little later. So my point is that institutions started defining the forms, defining the substantial notion of the forms, and also institutions became pivotal in preserving the form. For example, you take Kudiyatam. Kudiyatam is not, it is practiced by no less than 90. Paulo sir was here, you can even check with him. In India, Kudiyattam practitioners may not cross the figure of 90. In this hall itself, you have more than 90 who would be knowing Bharatanatyam or any other dance forms. I'm talking about an intangible cultural heritage which got inscribed by UNESCO. That is the first intangible cultural heritage inscriptions we got in India, which is having this 5,000 years of Sanskrit history, is not practiced more than 100% in India. And it is just being thrived by the institutional support of Kudiyattam Kendra, which is under Sangeet Natak Academy, and they are having 5 Gurukulas. They get a grant. They get a grant. And that grant is very a paltry sum. But they still request, their only request, I never seen such a request in my life, that paltry sum, their only request is that paltry sum should not be discontinued. A senior guru will not get more than 10,000 or 9,000 rupees. And we have Kudiyattam Kendra, we have Satriya Kendra, we have Kathak Kendra, we have in the sense Sangeet Natak Academy, as all these Kendras under Sangeet Natak Academy, though the sums are very paltry, very negligible, it is important for them to practice it and promote it. But for this institutional support, most of these forms would not have thrived or seen the better days of history. It is not like Kalakshetra. Kalakshetra already had a structure. Kalakshetra had a vision. Kalakshetra had this infrastructure. It was easier for Government of India to see it later. Even take the case of Kalakshetra. After 1993, what is the interest of private parties in promoting art and culture? What is interest of the private? I may get some flakes after this, but I am ready to take that. What is the private domain? Whether they will look into each and every art forms, it is not possible. It is not their mandate, and we should not hold them responsible for that. Because if there is a private market, where the private institution, they are not supposed to take care of everything which a state is supposed to take care. My point is that state cannot be replaced. The institutions cannot be replaced. And the moment we say that it cannot be replaced, there comes a kind of a sense of responsibility, so that state has to take care of all other forms which others are unable to take. That's why this slide is, you take this is called public good. You cannot ride away from it even if you don't want to. A street light is provided by Government of India or Government of Tamil Nadu. You cannot ride away from that light saying that no, I don't require that light. And government cannot say that that light is not producing profit for me, so that I will switch it off. And I submit myself yesterday, while I was coming to Kalakshetra, I was going to take my flight. My officer from Sangeet Natak Academy was with me in the car, so I was writing all the files, clearing all the files. Till yesterday night I was clearing files. But one file was a file called a book festival in Diogar, a place called Diogar. I'm just diversing from this particular written script. There was a book festival in Diogar. The publication department, publication deputy secretary wanted a book festival or a book stall to be allowed in Diogar, a place called Diogar. And because two persons have to go to that place and have a stall has to be brought by paying 15,000, etc., etc. And I had to send 2 people for this. I've been taking the entire earlier receipts of book festivals of SNA, and I found that whatever we receive is lesser than the expenses we incurred on giving this stall in any place. So I wrote a file note. I had never written such things in my life in such files. I said, what is the viability of sending this SNA stall to a place called Diogar? My deputy secretary in charge, he's a very nice person, and he wrote, "Sir," and I still remember this file note because this is the file which I have signed before I took the flight to Chennai. Sir, it is a fact that we may not get the receipts more than our expenses. But our founding fathers, he used this word, founding fathers of academy, have never taken a decision, never allowed us to take a decision to do something only for profit. We may be doing things which may not incur in profit, but this is the way we propagate. And he wrote it in a very polite language. And only 2 words required my attention, founding fathers. I did not read anything, founding fathers, what is this a vision? It is not for profit. I still know that if I send that stall and people to the yoga, I may not get the receipt. But he said it is the place where never ever Sangeet Nat Academy had gone. And those people will not have an opportunity to see Sangeet Nat Academy stall, where you have all the works, all publications, including Bharatnatyam, Tabla, whatever. You understand? Who would talk about this notion of profitless vision of founding fathers? Whether any group other than the state institutions would be able to think in this line. Of course, there are number of sabhas, there are number of private parties, etc., who are very philanthropic. I'm not trying to define their role, but my point is that they cannot do everything. It is like our public transport. You have Tamil Nadu state transport, right? In Kerala we have, it is pathetic. We call Anavandi. It is pathetic. But, it goes to all interiors, it goes to all places, it goes to all tribal areas where a private bus will not go because they don't have required number of passengers. And we are talking about required number of passengers in cultural imagination or in practices or in promotion? No. So, there is always a point above the concerns of the market, the concerns of the profit, the concerns of the present day notions of happiness. And this happiness, especially in bureaucracy and government, will come in that all jarring phase. You will have to go through all sorts of logic-less bureaucratic exercises to get a program done. So my point is that state, you cannot replace the state institutions, especially even in art and performances and cultural domain. So, one is regarding how they define, how the institutions were incremental. Institutions were significant in defining the form, and how they are imperative in recognizing the form, and how they are also important in giving the recognition to the practitioners of that form, because I still get number of request for recognizing another form of dance. They all want it to be clubbed under classical or other traditional dance. So this particular, Lakshmi ma'am would be appreciating, or when Nandini ma'am was also here, the particular debate on the classical and the non-classical. And I think Kapila Valsenan took a very interesting turn by calling Kathak and other forms as other traditional forms. So then there's a classical, and I think later there was a thinking that let us do away with the categorization or nomenclature of forms. Now, very recently, Government of India seriously is thinking, not thinking, they have already came up with a policy and asked us to formulate a policy for awards. They say that why you want to call too many awards? Club it under one award. You don't have an award by name or by people or by different nomenclature. You give one award, Sangeet Nat Academy Award, Sahitya Academy Award, or Lalitkala Academy Award. Call it as one award. See, government is thinking in terms of making a platform which is accessible, which will not be affected by any other categories for that matter, which is a better thinking, I must say. So now we have zonal cultural centers under Government of India. All these folk forms are getting the mobility. I am not talking about visibility. For getting the mobility. One group from Chhattisgarh is traveling to Tamil Nadu, one group from Manipur is traveling to Kashmir, or one group from Assam is traveling to other places in Karnataka. This mobility is quite important. And we have all these zonal cultural centers and all these folk groups. They don't get to perform. You would have seen what Fulka Holi. Fulka Holi, in the last, before 2 weeks, we had our Sangeet Nada Academy Yuva Amrit. I have never seen, because it is performed in a ground basically, the Fulka Holi. And they performed in Kalakshetra, right? It never happened. So, this mobility is also quite important. Mobility is mostly important because you can see all those forms through YouTube or online media, but you will not get that effect. You will not get that effect. So getting that effect is important, and I think just because of the existence of zonal cultural centers across the country, under government, even state governments also, the groups are getting the mobility. But let me come to the sad part of it. When I talk about the Indian nation, Indian state, government, etc., in promoting art and culture, this is with a very, very limited, even non-significant percentage of GDP. This is one point where I would like to go little, self-critical, because for the last 5 years, I've taken the figures for this talk. The last 5 years, our budget for culture at large. See, 2016-17, our percentage, what is the percentage of GDP spent on culture? 16-17, 0.014, 17-18, 0.14, 18-19, 0.013, 19-20, 0.012, 20-21, 0.011, 21-22, 0.011, current right now going not less than 0.012. We are talking about 140 crores populated country spending not even 1% of the GDP for culture. A country like China spent 5% of their GDP. They open 100 museums a year. Are we doing it? And here I think that our concentration, we need much more resources. We need much more resources. That's why all other private parties are entering into the stream, and their presence is quite important, Otherwise, it is not possible to try the art forms. I'll tell you one example. This one performance of a folk artist, as per the Zonal Cultural Center, if they perform one day, the remuneration is 800 rupees. And to travel, they'll get 500 in a they will not get a third class even AC. It is not imagined. It is not even mentioned in the policy that they can travel in third class AC. Of course, the other Maghi traditions can travel in train, but they all get a Sangeet Nada Academy. So I am in charge of revising the entire remuneration package for the artist. Not only zonal culture, all performers for that matter. Sangeet Nada Academy, to compare the other zonal culture centers, other academies, Sangeet Nada Academy norms are much better. But that is also not at all doing justice to the artist. Can I give 40,000 to a fellow? Sangeet Nada Academy fellows, if they perform, they will not get more than 40,000. That is a no. That is a no. For an awardee, it is not more than 30,000. And for their flight travel, every flight travel I have to authorize. So for the last couple of months, since June I am in charge, every flight travel of all artists I had to sign by hand. There is no delegation. All artists who have come here also. You would have seen that the programs here, all those who have come to Kalakshetra on behalf of Sangeet Nada Academy, their travel has been approved and signed by the usual bureaucratic norms. And this is not the way we should actually see. When I talk about the stateness in performance and cultural domain, the bureaucracy have to imagine itself much more creatively. And I hope to submit this report very soon by changing the remuneration patterns, etc., etc. So my point is that we don't have this percentage GDP proposal. We have to increase our, grantee organizations. Sangeet Nada Academy is having 760 grantee organizations. Each organization will get not more than 30 to 40,000. 40,000 per year. What can you do with 40,000 in a year? But there are people for the kind information of Kalakshetra students. One girl came to me and said, "Sir, I got a grant from Sangeet Nada Academy 1 year ago." I said, "What was the grant?" 40,000. I have a production called, I still remember that, called Purusha, and it will be at Habitat Center. Within that 40,000 and plus her own contributions, she actually made a production called Purusha, and it caught my attention because for the first time, maybe in the younger generation, somebody imagined. So I was quite curious. You are imagining Purusha, not basically it is all the way Shri. When you imagine body, it's all the way Shri. Otherwise, other than Chandralekha ji, I don't see the amalgamation at times. Other than our traditional forms like Ardhanajriswara and all, a girl came and told me it is a production called Purusha. I said, okay, well, but 40,000, what can you do in 40,000? You cannot do much with that particular. So our grants in aid is completely negligible because we don't have that resource. So we need to do much more, and we need to invest much more in our budgeting. And what is now what is happening for the last 2 years? We all know we are celebrating our 75th anniversary of Indian independence, and this will be marked as a watershed moment in India in terms of reimagining the cultural narrative. Because India is going through a change as we are striving hard towards to achieve a position whereby the country would be perceived as a global leader, and the mandate aspired by the government that the country need to envision itself as a self-sustaining nation, especially in the wake of commencing celebrations of 75th years of an independence, has to be implemented in domain of culture as well. Last few years have witnessed both unprecedented challenges and achievements. Even when the entire world went into a slumber due to pandemic, India kept on bestowing its trust on our traditional indigenous cultural practices to maintain the ship of hope to sail through the troubled waters. I have an evidence for this. The percentage GDP, what I was talking about, if you take 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22 and 22, 23, it is 0.012, 012, 012. In the culture, percentage GDP had never gone down. All the institutions had an online mechanism. Most of the artists were called. Even SNA had been conducting online programs throughout. So, pandemic did not affect that. But that is not enough. So my point is that the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, what government is talking about, you are seeing that particular logo, emblem everywhere. Everywhere meaning everywhere possible. Meaning, culture as practices, rituals, performance has attained a new definition. This is what I got myself. definition as a key word, especially once the government itself commenced aligning the governance of this country with the notions closely attached with with defining that keyword. So even coal production, coal ministry also have Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Water conservation department is also have Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Tribal department is also having Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. But this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav it has become a category of imagining the country as a cultural entity. What is significant in it is that when the government talks about the unsung heroes our Indian independence or our Indian state, Indian nation, cultural domain started talking about the unsung heroes of performance, art and culture. And this is a sea change which has been seen for the last couple of years. I myself curated a festival called Jyotir Gamaya. Director was also there in Sangeet Natak Academy, whereby we called almost 350 artists who had never performed in India, in Delhi, Sangeet Natak Academy, never have even seen a train or a flight in their lifetime. I still remember they came to Delhi. One of the performer from Attapadi tribal area, he passed away after 1 week of the performance. I got a letter from their family saying that, sir, it was his first and last and best performance in his life. And this was a group whereby a singer called Nanjiyamma was present, and she got the national best female playback singer last year. The one who sang in a Malayalam movie. And this group had never, one point said never performed in Delhi and then never seen a flight in his life. The Chhattisgarh Bastar group never took train in their life. I wanted specifically to perform, they to perform in Sangeet Natak Academy because they will have this academy idea in their lifetime. And this was possible just because of government's thrust on unsung performers. Those are never performed. So the times have come for those who have never been a part of the institutions or the so-called limelight in Delhi or elsewhere. Even Chennai also it is happening, I suppose. So initiation of ACAM has substantially changed the cultural dynamics as the country witnessed exponential increase in the activities even while we were majorly affected by the pandemic. With one more point, I'll just stop my talk. We had an opportunity to present before the Parliament Committee on Art and Performance and Culture of Ministry of Culture's vision, how art and culture and performances should be taken care in the new education policy. I will just read, since I've written this for the government, I'll just read what the Ministry of Culture, this is an official statement which is available in the public domain. This is a report before the Rajya Sabha Parliamentary Committee, which came here, not the committees came last time. Before that, Vinay Sahasrabudheji's committee here. What we are trying to impart in new education policy, what our suggestion from Ministry of Culture. See, how our education, our curriculum should be reimagined, redesigned for catering the needs of the cultural domain. We have opined that there is a need of inclusive curriculum starting from the primary level of schooling as the ability to appreciate arts and aesthetics, and which would indirectly transform the growth of a student positively in the long term. It is felt that many of the art and cultural forms have been neglected because they lack an audience, informed audience of its content and form. In other words, the ability to appreciate the finer aspects and nuances of a performing art or a fine arts need to be addressed beyond the traditional notions of upbringing, circumstantial advantages, hereditary entitlements, etc. I will read it once again. The ability to appreciate the finer aspects and nuances of a performing art or fine art need to be addressed beyond the traditional notions of upbringing, circumstantial advantages, hereditary entitlements, etc. Thus, it is important to extend opportunity to get trained in getting qualities of appreciation, critique, analysis, creativity, discussion and dissemination, especially in the field of art and culture. And the curriculum of school and college education should reflect such a qualitative turn. It could be in line of science education per se, whereby elementary, high school and graduate courses deal with a basic and essential requirement in the field of science, which is good enough to make the student capable to appear for a specialized profession. In arts and culture, it could be done through basic introduction of an art form, painting, sculpture, cultural practices, etc., and then leading to the finer aspects of appreciating the techniques and global practices around such forms of art in higher classes or courses. It has been submitted that with a developing developing economy, the country would be better positioned to cater to the need and requirements of art and cultural institutions, and thereby promoting career opportunities of those endowed with aesthetic qualities. However, it requires a market that would attract the students after their education, for which more infrastructure and resources are required. This was our submission. I wrote this report. What I mean was, we need to have a curriculum not descriptive in nature. We have a curriculum of our all classes which says that this is Bharatanatyam, this is Kathakali, this is Kuchipudi, this is Odissi, this is a mural painting, this is a fresco painting, they have these descriptions. What I mean to say that our curriculum should implicate the science model. For example, I have learned science till my pre-degree, but I have never become a scientist. I have learned physics, chemistry, biology, zoology for no reason. In fact, my parents wanted me to become a doctor, but doctor or engineer. So if you don't become a doctor, you will become an engineer. I still don't know the logic. So they put me in this science plus maths. But it doesn't mean that I have to be necessarily a scientist, right? On the similar way, my proposal is that, like science, art and culture and performance should be a mandatory part of the curriculum, mandatory part of assessment. Just being a part of curriculum will not do. It should be a mandatory part of the assessment also for teachers. They should also know. Also for teachers of our schools. So, and I've also quoted the word called appreciation, art, critique, criticism, etc. We have to know the differences. We had a seminar last week. How do a child understand whether this Nayaka painting has been imposed and there is this need to be taught to him, because till 12 we don't have any other universe. We have a group of parents and their friends in their office who would decide your destiny. Basically that is the way in which we all have been trained. When I opted for economics after my pre-degree, after writing the medical entrance and miserably failed to get a rank, I was not even able to get an entry with that particular rank to a medical institution. With my parents, colleagues also stopped talking to me. Why did you opt for economics? I said I did not understand the logic of either medicine or engineering. You cannot be a priest or a dancer. You can be a priest and dancer. You can be a priest or a scientist. Either if you want to be a priest, you be a priest. So this is the way in which we all have been trained. So this has to be reimagined, refigured, and this has been submitted, this has been taken in toto by the Parliament Committee. So this is my submission before you. Sorry if I have taken more time. So I just wanted to recreate or redesign my title, the boring title of role of government in promoting arts and aesthetics in our country. I hope I could convey at least 10% of what it was supposed to be. Thank you for calling me for this particular seminar. With this, I express my gratitude to Chairman and Director Revati and all other gurus and dear students. Thank you.
Namaskaram to all of you. I appreciated your comprehensive lecture. Being the devil's advocate, I would like to say that recall a statement of John F. Kennedy, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. That is what the artists have been doing in India from the time of independence. They've been sacrificing their life for art. I appreciate that you have to make demands for financial support for institutions like Sangeet Natak Academy. And I wish to share with you, even though I knew some of the finance ministers, I could never have a talk like this with them. What I suggest is, you mention the figures that even a fellow or an awardee gets as a fee. We would like a considerable tax reduction for artists. And I think Sangeet Natak Academy should appeal to the finance ministry. At least when we go abroad and come back, we can't be paying 30% tax and hope to produce a new show with nothing in our pockets. Secondly, this idea of getting very little for the arts, this has been going on for more than 70 years. So, people like me have gone to our corporate friends like Shri Ramadorai here and asking them for advertisements to produce new shows. And I have been very successful because my classmates are all chairmen of the companies now. They get a shock when they see me in their office, then they get so embarrassed that they give me the ad. So private support should be encouraged more by the government, because I hear that Kalakshetra cannot receive private sponsorships. That's what I heard. Maybe I'm wrong. Another thing I would like to tell you is, there is a lot of appreciation for every kind of folk art all over India. Rather than tell them, come and do your last performance in Delhi, let them do it in their own region and make their presence felt. Because why is Delhi the benchmark for achievement? For me, Delhi is another country. I don't understand Delhi. I went there several times only to be known so that somebody in the government will say, Lakshmi Vishwanathan, I've seen her. I think we can give her an award. That is a Ek Din Ka Sultan. The award is just for one day. And when I got the Sangeet Natak Academy award, I think I got only 25,000 rupees. Now it is 3 lakhs or 4 lakhs. I'm very happy that that will help artists to produce something new and continue. The last point, is about Gurukulam. You wanted the educational system to include arts. But I think there is a problem with that, because the gurus have found that their children are going away to TCS or any other computer company where they can earn 2 lakhs a month, rather than keep a Nattuvanga Kali and keep teaching all night. So there should be some support for the gurus to continue the heritage by teaching their children, and like sportsmen, dancers, musicians should have a quota of jobs in nationalized banks and things like that, because I know sportsmen can get into any bank or any public service institution and continue playing cricket without even attending the office for 10 days. So I think artists should be given an opportunity, if they have basic education, to get jobs so that they can continue being artists, pay their rent, feed their family, and lead a happy life. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the comment. In fact, I'll start with the Delhi point. Of course, Delhi is not the epitome of everything. One of my professors used to call the academicians as the Supreme Court academicians in Delhi. So that's why we have, you are seeing all the programs outside Delhi. You can check with the director of Kalakshetra that for the last 1 year, whatever programs we have commenced, everything was out of Delhi. The Amritam Gamaya, where Kalakshetra participated, was in 3 places other than Delhi. Youth festivals which we have started in Delhi. But I wanted somebody to come to Delhi, those who have never seen Delhi, just to have that impression. Then we have taken everything out of Delhi. All the programs that are happening now, especially of academy, are happening outside Delhi. Now, second point, you being a devil's advocate. If you are a devil's advocate, I was a devil's additional commissioner, as in the capacity of a taxman. So this is a good proposal. We will submit this, and also quota for artists. In railways they have a quota, but not just for the entry level, not in the higher level. That can be, that's a nice proposal. But you know, of course, it was easy to deal with sports persons in the office. I don't know whether it will be that easier to deal with the artist in the office. You know, however, but it is a very good proposal. That can also be part of our submissions in the days to come. And thank you for your comments. And Gurukula, of course, Gurukula tradition is a kind of a global model which we are trying to project, especially like this in the world. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Aneish, before we honor you, I call upon Chairman to kindly honor Aneish. I also wish to tell like this, the Jyotirgamaya program which happened in Delhi, it was not for artists who were popular, it was nothing like that. It was to bring artists out of their place. They were not artists, they were, like he had even asked me, I had sent a photograph of a street singer who used to come every day morning by our house street, and like I sent him his video. Like there were people like that who were given a stage at the Kamani Auditorium. It was something unique. It was a unique presentation. There were some instruments which no one knew, like it was archiving of that, and it was something very, very different. It was not like everyone has to go to Delhi, but it was something which was done out of the creative initiative of Aneish ji, that this particular festival happened. And I think he has done enormous service also, like when he calls this Bharatanatyam, it was Bharatanatyam, and he called me and said, why is it like that? I said, I don't know why. So he had that eye to look at it, and he has now made this proposal, Bharatanatyam. That is very, very important for us to define the art form, like why it went in as that, we do not know. So like I think these are certain things, and also the enormous work which the government is doing now, since I was a private practitioner till I joined Kalakshetra. And now when I went into what is the government doing about, I find that they are working tirelessly 24/7. We have to give it to them. Like if you look at all the officials, they are working tirelessly. There's no Saturday, Sunday for them. They are working so as to give the art form, give it the life, give people support. And it is for the artists to look at ways of coming in for support with the government. The government is there for you to help, and they are looking at supporting every art form, every part of the world, and working for it. And Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we have had it, and on the Amritam Gamaya, our Secretary Culture is very particular that we should not have it in Delhi. He said, no Delhi. I thought of it. He said, no Delhi, you have to go outside Delhi. And so we went to very places like Ahmedabad and Dehradun, where the government was spending on giving these programs to the public. So I thank you so much for your thank you so much.
The next topic will be Fine Arts in Education by Srimati Mala Ramadorai. Srimati Mala Ramadorai is a professional in both Carnatic classical and Hindustani classical music. In Carnatic, she trained under legendary gurus Shri Ayalur Krishnan, Vidwan Lalgudi Jayaraman and Vidushi D.K. Patammal. In Hindustani music, she trained under Pandit Yashwant Bo Joshi, Dr. Prabha Atre, and Pandit Satyashil Deshpande. She holds a master's degree in education from Bombay University and a Master of Arts in Hindustani Classical Music, SNDT, University, Mumbai. Among the numerous awards she had received, Shri Kala Sudha Telugu Association, Kala Sudha Saraswati Award 2012, and Nungambakam Cultural Academy Award of Excellence 2009, to name a few. Her international performances include 2010 and 12 tour of Hindustani and Carnatic vocal concerts in the United States of America and the aegis of Carnatic Music Association of North America, and 2012 February, Temple of Fine Arts, Singapore, Hindustani and Carnatic Classical Ragas and Reflection, a lecture demonstration. She is a visiting faculty at Bombay University Music Department, Bombay Teachers Training College, St. Xavier Institute of Education, and is senior teacher in History and Music at Campion School, Bombay. Srimati Mala Ramadorai is at present chairperson, CASE Education Therapy Department, SRCC, Mumbai, member of the Advisory Committee on Indian Music at the National Center for the Performing Arts, NCPA, Mumbai. May I now invite Srimati Mala Ramadorai to kindly come upon dais for the third session.
Recognize myself. I must thank the speaker before me, Revati. You have really done me such a good job, given me such a good, easy job, because the person before me has done half my work. I think your choice of at least the way you programmed it has really been excellent. Because the very thing that I wanted to read out from the National Education Policy is already done that. That's one. And the other thing is, I think this idea of education and art, or at least I should say, we are talking about art in fine arts in education, and I was wondering whether it is art and education, or art in education, or education in art. Everything actually boils down to almost the same thing. Next. So what is education? What do you understand by education? What is it? What are the main ideas in education? And what do you term as art? Even the graffiti which is done on the walls is also a kind of an art. So we have to look at it from that point of view. Any ideas? Please, I want you to tell me also. What do you think art is? I can't imagine in Kalakshetra there is nobody willing to, yes. Can I have a mic, please? I think the mic in the audience for it's not my talk, it is a dialogue. It would be useful. What is your idea of art? It's a huge term. Nobody. I don't want you to define it. I want you to give me one idea of it. Yes, Pushkala.
Be heard?
Yes, now.
So anything that is creative, that's not particularly defined by science,
Okay?
is the starting point of art.
Okay? Creativity, the most important. Anybody else? I think people are unwilling to take a risk. I'm promising you there is no penalty for any answer, nor is there a prize for the right one.
And there is no right, as you understand, I'm sure. Brave girl has come forward. Yes.
Art, according to me, lies in the eyes of the beholder. Anything that a person perceives as art is art to that person.
Okay? Since you're so reluctant to come up with any kind of an idea, let me go ahead with mine. Education and art. Go ahead with art also. So creativity is what you have said. That's the start of art. Any kind of a visual form, a communication form, a kind of, like I talked about graffiti, that is also a kind of a communication. So art and communication, or art, is something which is talking about creative, the imagination, and it's also something where, like we were talking about, producing something, producing a work of art, or trying to imbibe something and to be able to creatively show in front of people the kind of art that you have taken into yourself. Maybe draw something or whatever it is. Education. When you look at the kind of education, what is education again? It's again a process of receiving it. This is also a process, that is also a process. Unless you have education, you can't have art, and unless you have art, there is no education. Art or education actually is a way of indoctrination, or actually trying to convince somebody of what you feel, your passion. And I must thank Revati ji for calling me, because I am so passionate about art in education, or art and education. It is something which is an integral part. I think all of us have been exposed to some kind of art in some way. That is something that we cannot escape. I think in India especially, I don't think there is any. I was looking at some of the surveys actually after. I was very curious to know what the parents say. One of the things that I realized that when I'm teaching, there was a parent-teachers meeting, and this lady came, and that fellow is now quite well established. I don't want to take names. So I said, I'm so happy with your son. He is such a responsible person. He is a person that I really like to interact with. Very pleasant and a real leader. So she turned and told me, asked me, what are his marks? There was no acceptance of the fact that the child is being valued by a teacher for something else or for his behavior, but the fact that it was marks. Whenever I was a vice principal in one of the institutions in Bombay International School, and when teachers came to me, they always used to ask me, please don't change the textbook, ma'am. Why not? Textbooks are only, or content is only there, which actually there are certain things that you want to convey to the children. The content is not very important. You can do it in multiple ways. I may have a different way of teaching, or I may have a different viewpoint, which I'd like to impart to the children. No. Teacher training, again, is something which is totally a big question. That is, again, the government of India has to take it up. So, purposeful activity directed at achieving certain aims. So if you have certain aims that you want to achieve, what does it matter what content you have? If you want to make sure that the child is able to speak English or the child is able to read that language, all that you need to do is foster a kind of a love for that. There are some mechanical processes that the child has to go through, yes. And those mechanical processes can be easily aided by art and craft. I run a school for children who are all disabled learning or they have difficulties in learning. And I introduced there pottery, art and craft was there in very rudimentary forms. I made it very important. We have gardening, we have yoga, we have dance, we have both Indian and Western music. And I find that the children are so much better. They enjoy, of course, but they are so much better because their gross motor and their fine motor skills are aided because they are practicing art or the arts. Transmitting knowledge and fostering skills. Transmitting knowledge is one, and fostering skills is again something else. I don't think the two are the same. And any character traits that we want to, including art, we are telling that child that you have to sit and practice. My poor mother had a tough time trying to make me practice every day. She used to sit with me. So practice or work or hard work again, so those are some of the characteristics that we want to transmit or we want the children to take on when they leave school. So look at the child as they come out of school. What are those characteristics you think are very important for the child to have when you feel that they have had an education? What would you call an educated person? ये तो educated भी नहीं है. Pardon?
Development of personality. My voice is loud enough. Okay. We speak about the holistic development of a person, character building plus what is taught at school in the class.
Okay, you are saying something plus school. So you think that school alone or schooling a person alone is not really a full developed person. That person has to have culture. That culture is only through art. So I'm asking you, which is more important? So there is nothing that you can really say that schooling is so important. I had a person come into Bombay International and all the children looked at that person and I said, now you have to introduce her. Miss, should we talk in Hindi or? I said, why? He was wearing a dhoti in Bombay. And so the children had the idea of anybody wearing a dhoti cannot speak English, and he had flawless English. He was one of the persons that I have seen was so good, and he could talk, he would write. But the children had this, so this education has brought about these kind of filters. Unfortunately, the kind of education that you and I are talking about right now is not really conducive. It's not really an open education. It's more like a taking in of content. Or the parents also like that the child is being taught so much content. So we are looking at various views of art. Man must speak, then sing, then dance. The Isadora Duncan, as you can very well imagine. Dance is the final, the epitome. We wrote, we sang, we acted, we poured ourselves out on every side. But here, look at it. He's talking about cultural richness. He's talking about society. Abdul Kalam. Art is a benign expression of innate beauty in nature. Artists and scientists are heroes. Artists and scientists, both in the same bracket. The heroes of the imagination or of deep insights into the nature of things. So you can imagine all of them value art for different things maybe, but that deep respect, that deep connection to art is always there. We're talking about somebody who have basic education or who's not educated, and to a person who's really well educated, doesn't really matter. I think that appreciation, anybody, if there is a Chennai for instance, yesterday we saw, everybody was clapping to. There is no distinction in age or in your learning. You just respond viscerally to any kind of stimuli from outside. When you look at some tree or when you look at a beautiful flower, it's not something which comes through teaching. It is an innate response. So we are talking about many multifaceted personalities. Of course, Da Vinci is one of the persons that we always quote, being a complete human being. Einstein used to play violin. How many of you did not know this? This class is very bad. I'm really sorry. My classes are really very active. So I have to break this up. Be careful. Max Planck. He too, musician, he used to sing. And apparently he and Einstein used to sit and sing and play together. Samuel Morse. Who's Morse? Morse code. He is the one who formulated the Morse code. So you would think that somebody who did that, such a mechanical kind of a thing, would not actually be into the art. He was a painter and extraordinarily beautiful paintings. Of course, as an aside, many of you would have seen on the forwards that were going that Hitler was also a good painter. Leave it aside. So, Benjamin Franklin, he invented, of course, he invented many things, but he used to play the harmonica. He invented the harmonica himself. Tagore, of course, there's no question that he was one of those, as a similar institution that he has set up. So there is no question at all that all these people were highly educated and highly refined human beings. Even if the person is not educated, we say a refined person. Sensibilities which are very refined. That is artistic in many ways. Raja Ramanna. Apparently, when he took his BA or BSc or whatever, bachelor's in science, he also insisted on going in for a diploma or an equivalent of a BA in the Royal School in London. He's an extraordinary pianist. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, of course you all know. He was a poet. He is a poet. So you have many people who are espousing the cause of art by their very lives that they lead. Next, please. So the point of convergence between art and education. Both are communication. Both share and shape ideas. It's not as though there is only one or the other. Both are looking at values. Of course, many of the schools nowadays say that, value education is not important. Moral science has been scrapped. But we are talking about a lot of emphasis which is being put for all the other kinds of values that you see. It is very important. And there is a physiological, as I was saying, physiological connection between responding to nature. Mental stimulation. We always go away to a more beautiful place for a holiday. Why? Why don't we go to a busy city and sit inside the... It's but natural that you seek beauty, you seek stillness, you seek space. And when you go, you want to see beautiful things there. It satisfies the soul. So art is something which you need. It's a vital part of every human being. People respond to passion. Passion, also when I'm very keen, I'm very, very insistent. I always tell my teachers, my staff, that you have to be passionate, you have to be convinced that what you're doing is right. You have to have the conviction, you have to have that great love for what you're doing. Automatically that gets caught. If you don't, you say, open chapter 4. Read it out. The science class, I've seen people do that. When I took my, when I used to walk around the school sometime. The book, from this to this is the answer. Okay, next, you read. You were not paying attention? Okay, next one, you read. First of all, when the child comes in your class and he's looking somewhere and thinking about something, you say, what are you doing? You're in class, stop thinking. It's very common. And again, in class, you're not supposed to talk to your neighbor. No exchange of ideas. Don't show the paper. I don't know if it's very conducive to group work that TCS looks for. Then later on, when they come to college and they go for a job, they put them in a group together and they see how they are interacting. And in school, we are taught never, ever to make sure that the other one succeeds. Not to share anything. This is the very antithesis of art. And this is what we should be teaching in education. Inducting children into skills of communication. The artisan. There was a beautiful analogy that the artisans, they said that if you allow students to be with us, for a length of time, we might be able to communicate something to them about art, about sculpture. So he said, what is a big deal? Can't they just come from 9 to 5? So this person said, I'm looking at the navel of the goddess. That swirl, if I'm in the water or if I'm talking to that child about the swirl of the water, I will remember this and I will be able to show that to him. That's the essence of Gurukul. That's so many little things that you want to share with them. It just happens. It's not as though it's staged. But again, the problem is you have to stage it also. If you're in school 9 to 5, you, I shouldn't say, but damn well, stage it wherever you are. You have to make it happen wherever it is. Rote content or mimicry. Day before yesterday, we had somebody who said, just mimicking something or to take something and show it as it is or to do something exactly as you are taught. That is not really education. That is not art. I can look into my phone and get all kinds of facts and figures. In fact, when I gave an assignment to my children about all the Aryan invasion and all that, different ways of, different theories of the Aryan invasion, I had some people just download it from the net and paste it. The problem was I was also a little net savvy. Otherwise, if you're not net savvy, you'll never be able to catch that person. But it's possible for him to just take it out. He didn't know the answers to many of the things I asked him. You've written it? Yes, miss. So this, just mimicry or just taking out from the net, that's not what you're looking for. That's not what people in the world of work are looking for. But how do you use that knowledge? How do you think about it? What are the ways in which you use that knowledge? That is more important. And that is what true education or true art is. If somebody is singing the same way, my mother used to warn me that don't sing something when you're 8 years old and think everybody sing, how nicely she's singing. Don't sing the same way when you're 21 or 28. Many people continue to do that. They'll receive so much praise at that age. Shri Gananatha. Same way. When you're 8, it's wonderful. 6, excellent. But when you come up to any level, nobody wants to hear that kind of a music, and people are wondering, but they used to love my music. What happened? Nobody's praising me these days. Mimicry is not what we are looking for. Again, perfection is not what we are looking for. When I used to sing on stage, whenever I made a mistake, of course, it was a very bad habit, I used to. And my father, he was in the audience, he said, never make those gestures. Nobody understands some nuances in the audience. So don't make a gesture to highlight that you're making a mistake. But mistakes happen, and mistakes, those are the things that we learn in art. That we fail, we have to do it again, we have to practice, we have to try new things. If you don't try new things, we're not going to fail. If you don't fail, you're never going to learn new things. So it's a combination of all this. That is education and that is art. Imaginative recreation. You've seen children, right? Playing. And when they play, I remember one of the incidences when we were all playing with the children, and my nephew, all of us were playing, and he made some tea for us. And then he said, be careful, it's very hot. So it's a recreation, but it's actually very imaginative. When my granddaughter is doing something, he says, can I take out the heart in this doll? It's something which is going beyond imagination. She's going beyond, and she's trying out new things, and just by talking through. Many of the children talk themselves through all these moves. Make plays, or making or creating, trying to see what the mother is doing the same thing, but doing it in a different way. All these are very, very important skills. That's the only way we are going to grow. If the child is just looking at people sitting and says, okay, I'm also going to sit, I'm not going to stand at all. Or if the child is not at all adventurous, we encourage the child, we stimulate that child. That's a very important thing that parents have to do. When I was in Israel, they showed us a video, a very, very interesting experiment. They used to ask mothers to come with their child, and in the waiting room, they put a camera, it was years ago, and just film what happens in the waiting room. You will have some mothers with their children on their laps, not allowing them off their laps. So scared that they will touch something. There were mothers who allowed their child to move, but they said, no, be careful. Don't do that. Very few mothers would encourage the child to talk to them, interact with them, or look at the things around them, to point things out to them. It starts at that age. It starts really at age 0. Next. So according to empirical evidence, now we need empirical evidence for everything. Children communicate through artistic impressions or expressions. They learn to appreciate different points of view. Can you give me an example for this if you have not gone to sleep? How do we learn to appreciate different points of view? Through art. Through colors, okay. What are the different points of view? How do you look at the world through somebody else's eyes? Picasso said, we can all see, But when you are confronted with art or architecture or something, then we have to look at it from a different eye, through a different way of looking at something. That is very important. Of course, pardon me if I say that very, very modern art is something I cannot understand. I've seen canvases which are just yellow. Wow! I couldn't see anything. So the big name was there, but other than that, there was nothing really that moved me. As adults, what do you think contributes, or what are the contributions of art? Pardon? Okay. Okay. That is a very nice way of putting it. How you respond to art and the kinds of art that you respond to are different maybe. You like dance, you like music more, you don't like dance so much. Like me, when I was with Ponvail Shushila, I think, that's the name of my first dance teacher when I was 6. I didn't like this Aramandi. So I said, I will do full Mandi, sit down and sing for you if you want. I am not going to dance. I learned the moves. I learned for 2-3 years. I think Amma persisted in putting me through that. So I did learn, so I can now appreciate a little bit. But music was something which really, really appealed to me, something which touched me. It's like Ate's book says, dance found me, she says. It wasn't the other way around. So, social tolerance. I think we can look at many of the books which are banned and say social intolerance also comes through some of the arts. Correct. Some of the paintings which some people do, we don't agree with that, their interpretations. Yes. But at the same time, there is something which unites. As Aneish ji was saying, from all over this country, there's definitely a unity. Some of the paintings, some of the colors which are so, it just speaks to you. All this Rangoli, I'm sure if you go to Shantiniketan, you will have the same kind of Rangoli there. What's it called there?
Alpana?
Alpana. I have a very silent class. So, but art has a very weak place, and that's what we heard Aneish ji talking about. K-12, there are many reasons for it. There isn't any particular research. Now you have to have research, see? That's the only way you can drive education. It has to be research based. It has to have that backing. Otherwise, how can you convince anybody? So, value, what is the value of art? So what I did in school, I made sure that all my children who did pottery, they made those objects, and even last week or a few days ago we had an annual day. I put it out and I said, you buy it, let the parents buy it or their friends buy it. There is some way of showcasing the talent and earning money also through the skill. Of course, if you have jobs which are reserved for you, that is another way of earning money through art. But it's very important that you show that value. In these days, value becomes very important. Does it have, can I sell this? We are teaching the children how to bake and cook. I thought it was such an intrinsically important I know because my husband doesn't cook at all. So it's very important for you to learn these life skills. But it's definitely something that you can open up. You can send it through somebody, to sell it to somebody. Yes, it is important. All these skills have a market. We are all a market-driven society now. And that's why art is relegated to... So whenever I tell my parents that we have this, all these activities in our school, they always turn around and say, 9th and 10th they will stop. No. In the 9th standard, they will concentrate on their books. Why? These children who come to me actually now, what I'm doing in my special school, I want to encourage the other part of these children. That is more important. And many of them are very talented in those. No, books. I think it's important because the world recognizes that as important. I remember, I don't know, Amma remembers, I told her that I will finish my BA because that is a minimum that everybody wants. Unfortunately, she's an MA and all her sisters are MA. Unfortunately. So you have budget constraints. At any point in time, this is very important. In school, you would rather buy a textbook. It is not important for you to have anything else. It's not important for you to buy clay. It's not important for you to buy some craft material. In fact, you don't even need this material for craft. You can use any waste matter for it. But budget constraints are always there. I was reading an article about American schools. The first thing they say is budget constraints. So art is the first thing to be slashed. If you ask me, math can be slashed first. There are few teachers who are trained in art. That's the biggest problem. I will insist that all of you here should take a pledge that when you leave this institution, you will volunteer somewhere, at least once a week, once in a month. Go teach the children something very, very, very important. You've been blessed with this, with all the resources that were needed to bring that out in you. So why not at least share it with some of these children? That's a very, very important thing. And every time I used to look at teachers for music, and so now I'm training those teachers under me. So why don't you do this? Don't take this. Take something which has a pep. Don't use something which is a drag. Make sure they learn the words. Why the words? What is this? From where is this?
Gond.
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 It is from Australia, Aborigine.
Oh, it's Aborigine.
Because this is a shared thing. That is one of the things that you learn in education. Or you can, or through art. That there is a kind of a shared thing all over. We are saying peace through art. It's really possible. Your dance, or the dance which is there in the Southeast Asia. We have influenced them, of course, and it is very important that these things are shared. And when you look at something, you at once say, okay, this is a tribal, this is... Why is it tribal and why is it not a classical art? Again, that is a big question. The amount of refinement is what you put into it, right? It's not easy. I tried to learn pointillism, as bad as my math. It's very important when you look at something that you recognize, and that is part of your education. That is education. When I'm I took out this and Ram was wondering, what am I doing with all this stupid things in my hand? But it was to show to you, this as you can see, is Mr. Dhoni, this ad. If you were not an educated person and you looked at this, it makes no sense. Why is Dhoni standing there? Maybe something about cricket is being said here. Is it an advertisement for cricket? But there are things which, here for instance, you can see that this lady is there and trying to sell something. Look at the background. What do you see in the background? A Christmas tree or Christmas decorations. So these are the kind of cues that are there which are much easier to catch when you are in education or when you are educating children, or that is what you should be doing. So here he is sitting on pots of money, or at least big coins of money. So you know there's something which is expensive that he's talking about. And he's not talking about cricket, even though cricket has become expensive now, or at least they're earning so much money. So, many of these cues, many of these hints, if there is a red light, you have to stop. That is something you learn later. I don't know how many of you have seen this clip on YouTube, I don't know, I think on WhatsApp, which talks about this person who comes into the city to see somebody playing cricket. He doesn't understand what's happening. Have you seen it? How many of you have seen it? He's trying to explain. What is this man doing standing in the middle of the field with a few people here and there with a big stick in his hand? It has to be something that is learned. If it's a ball, anybody kicks it or anybody throws it. That's well understood. But if you're talking about certain really different things, it has to be learned. So education for that maybe is important to live in the modern world. But other than that, I think much of this can be learned through art. So, art and education. The demand for innovation, creativity, that's what you said. Machine can do many things. Machine can do almost everything. Badly, but it can do. So we are talking about machines replacing manual work in many ways. You even have an Alexa instead of a wife. So, all learning really needs regular engagement and practice, which is one of the things that one of the scientists said, that I learned that I have to practice and I have to diligently do it again, repeat it again and again for me to understand or become better at it. And so that perseverance came because of that, which was applied in science. Gross and fine motor skills, nobody more than you will be able to tell me that. We are taught how to do these mudras. Ask a child to do it, especially my children. It's very difficult for them. To train your hands to do a particular gesture is not that easy. Most of them in the north, they'll say, that's what you do. They jerk the head. They are not able to move the head as Bharatanatyam artists are able to. Fine motor skills, again through pottery, through art, I was able to increase their fine motor skills exponentially. just by telling them, write, write, write. Write again, it'll make you better. No, it doesn't make you better. In fact, you're so irritated and disheartened because you can't do well. Dyslexia, children with dyslexia, dysgraphia, often they have both. You can look at their way of writing. It's not something that can happen naturally with them. It has to be taught and refined. And for that, art is a much better, easier way of doing it. So very often I found in many of these articles that I was reading on education and art was, why don't we encourage art as a means to improve their science education or their math education? That is a question which is being asked in many of these articles. So it is of value. That value comes because it makes one a better person in the class, makes you happier, so you respond better. But the fact that art improves your emotional balance, not so important. But it improves your marks, that is your main thing. Again, when you're talking about socialization, understanding the world, as I said, these ads, or some kind of a suggestion. Again, look at the way art is being used. If it's an expensive painting, you go and pour something on top of it, or you chain yourself to it to protest, because it's valued by humanity. Understanding the world, working together. All these dance dramas that you do, can you do it individually? Just by yourself, you're putting up a dance drama. It's not easy. But with the whole group and learning how to work in a group, that is the most important. And that is what comes through art. Singing together, working together. So now I want you to make yourselves into groups. Can you make yourself into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 groups quickly. Only the students, the people in front will wait. Come on. Get up. You're not to come here to sit. I don't see the dancer in you springing up to your feet. Many of them will stand up and run out of this room. So we have to close all the doors now. Quickly, make yourself into groups. I was hoping that you wouldn't actually make yourself into groups which are your friends. But it's okay if you are. Group 1. Come here. Group 1. The rest of them are scared to get into any activity. That's okay. Okay, one of you go and get your notebook or pad or something. Group 2. They are more friendly children. I think this is a bigger group. Oh, you're coming on to this group. Okay, come on. Group 2. Quickly. Very small group. Okay, group 3, group 4, group 5, come on, up in front. I'll be told my time is up. I hope every one of you has at least one pad with you, one writing pad. Come on. It takes you so long to make yourselves into groups, then we'll have to rethink our whole strategy. Come on, up in front here. Let the others have some space behind you. Come on. I hope you remember your groups. It's okay even if you mix into another group. Okay, now I'm going to give you a simple task. Each of these groups is going to use one of the nursery rhymes the tune of the nursery rhymes and is going to make a new nursery rhyme talking about nature or conservation. Okay? And you have to come and present it here. Okay? I am going to give you 5 minutes. So if you're making yourself into groups already, or if you don't have any groups, that's also okay with me. So it is, I'm going to give you exactly till 12:15 because I'll have to wind up after that. So you have 7 minutes, 7 long minutes. Take up any simple nursery rhyme. Mary had a little lamb, also okay. Bits of paper, that's also fine. Any well-known nursery rhyme, take it and put your own words.
Are you all...
waiting.
ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಬಂದರು ಪಾಸ್ ಇருக்கு ಸರ್
I can see that there are about 7 groups, so we have to listen to 7 nursery rhymes, okay? Minutes over. Remember, the theme has to be nature. Please feel free to write in Hindi or Tamil or English or Marathi. Those are the languages I understand.
Girls, are you all done?
3 more minutes. And only one group stays here. Or you stand in the side so we can see the performance. Okay, group, whichever group is there which is ready, come up. The rest of you have to stop working now. Exam time. Bell is gone. See, you have to have a good teacher to make them into groups. Okay. The rest of you, will stop working now, and we are going to hear the performance. First group, please announce Please announce the rhyme that you have chosen and start.
We've chosen bits of paper fallen on the floor.
Okay.
In the same tune, we've
Yeah.
changed the lyrics.
Okay.
3, 2.
Moon is shining, stars in the sky, stars in the sky. Birds are chirping, cuckoo, coo, cuckoo, coo. Maybe they're happy, maybe they're grumpy, God knows what, God knows what.
Very good. Excellent. Go back now, the next group. Okay, you're ready? Come. Let's announce the nursery.
We have taken the tune of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, start.
Nature is so beautiful, trees and flowers are colorful. Sun is shining light and bright, moon is waiting calm and quiet.
Nice. That was good. Short and sweet. Yes, anybody else? Next group. Here, very busy. Group cannot have extra time. Come on. Up, up, up.
Trees, trees everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. Trees, trees everywhere, they gives us oxygen. Clouds, clouds everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. Clouds, clouds everywhere, they gives us so much rain. Sun, sun everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. Sun, sun everywhere, it helps the world to shine. Water, water everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. Water, water everywhere, it quenches thirst of one and all. Nature, nature everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. Nature, nature everywhere, it brings us all together.
Thank you. Next, this group, some groups are getting extra time. Not fair. Chalo. Come, come, come.
Flower, flower, grow and bloom. Flowers, flowers, grow and bloom. Lilies, roses, sunflowers too. Lilies, roses, sunflowers too. In the garden we shall see. In the garden we shall see. Every color bright for you. Every color's bright for you.
Good, good. That was nice. Okay. This side is getting too much time. Come on, come on. No more. Come on. Do I have to disqualify you guys? Come on. Come, come, come. Quickly. Up. No wasting time now. The other group stay ready. I'm going to call the next two groups very quickly.
Good, good. அந்தி மாலை நிறமது அழகு நிலவு நகைக்குது சாலையோர பூக்கள் எல்லாம் உழைத்து உழைத்து ஓகிறது இதை கண்டு மகிழ்ந்த மனமது துள்ளி குடித்து ஆடியது மனமது திரும்பி பார்க்க காணேங்குது.
I would have made them sing it twice, but I have my teacher here. She says we have to hurry. Okay, next group. I think this is getting to be very difficult for me. Come on. And the last group, which is unfairly had too much time. Come on. This is a big group.
The entire second year.
Oh my God. Okay.
Where is Megha? Megha. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Drop, drop, dewdrops sleeping on the leaves. A chilly winter morning, a bird is drinking it. Drop, drop, dewdrops dripping on the leaves and making the flowers water to the trees.
Very nice. Come on, next. The bigger the group, you can see the shorter the song. I'm hoping this is going to be a long song. Chalo, quick.
Be careful, little eyes, what you see. Be careful, little eyes, what you see. There is nature around you that can be seen through. You can appreciate it. Be careful with your ears, what you hear. Be careful with your ears, what you hear. There are birds to the tune of the Lord. You just need to appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Thank you. One more group, last one. That's the last group. Come on, quickly. Is there one more group? No. That's it? So you don't want to do it, okay?
पेड़ों से है भरी ये दुनिया, हरियाली से है भरी ये दुनिया, हरियाली है चारों ओर, हरियाली है चारों ओर। हाथी घोड़े शेर और मोर, हाथी घोड़े शेर और मोर, नाचे सारे मिलकर जोर, नाचे सारे मिलकर जोर। आम पपीता सेब अनार, आम पपीता सेब अनार, देते हमको स्वाद बहुत, देते हमको स्वाद बहुत। खाए पिए साथ सभी हम, खाए पिए साथ सभी हम, मिलकर उगाए पेड़ सभी हम, मिलकर उगाए पेड़ सभी हम। खाए पिए साथ सभी हम, खाए पिए साथ सभी हम, मिलकर उगाए पेड़ 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 सभी हम।
Is there one more group hiding there or trying to run away? Okay, now I want your observations. What is it that you observed in this exercise? We were talking about both art and education. Any observations from the other, your own groups? Yes. Is there anything which you want to say? What did you gain from this or lose from this or anybody?
We actually were quick and we were not given so much time, but still we could create. So it felt like we can do in such a little time. So that was made us creative.
Anybody else? Yeah. Anyone? This class is very bad in talking. Okay, they were given the opportunity. Anything else? Please be my guest. Happy.
Ma'am, from education, we made a poem. We get a literature, we have a words because we have an education, and from art, through art, this is a way of presentation. So I see art in a way of presentation and education in the words and the lyrics.
There were 2 or 3 interesting things that you need to notice, especially that. Anybody else talking? Yeah. Please. Yeah.
In such a little time, we all could communicate with each other so effectively, and the creativity, that element, I think it was there in all of our rhymes. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. They all left their inhibitions. More importantly, when they are in a group, they lose their inhibitions. If I had said that only one person from your group should come and present, very often they'll say, "Arey na po lapa ni po." It happens very often, and it's very natural. But when the whole group is coming, they're very happy to come, and they're all really enjoying the whole process. Why can't we have children enjoy the processes in class? We don't. First of all, they're not supposed to get together. They're not supposed to talk to each other. Not make noise. So another teacher will come and, "Hey, enna indrukke? Why so much noise in your class? What is this happening?" And they'll say, "This teacher is always making noise in the class." Can one teacher make noise? Not so much. But if the entire group is actually active, it's good to have a noisy class. It's good to have an active class. Now, rhythm. Rhythm is one thing which they knew already. And because I have given already a known tune, they were able to pick up some tune which they all liked. They made themselves into discrete groups. Some were clapping, some were making abhinaya, some were doing the chorus, some of them were up in front. They make themselves into discrete groups themselves, each one comfortable with what they are doing. And that's one of the reasons why they don't have the inhibition. If I say all of you have to sing the same song, that also becomes an imposition. As you would notice when I said 2 more minutes, and very often children stop thinking when you say 2 minutes, and you have to put your pen down. It's of course a necessity for all of us. But my children, of course, special children, get a little extra time when they are writing their examinations, thankfully. But giving a time for something. One is, it makes you more productive. Somebody said that. And you know that even if you have limited time, you have to finish a particular job. It gives you some goal is there to be achieved, so you can do something in that limited time. So when you saw, even in this 5-6 minutes, you can collect all these poems, all the teachers here, and you can send it to school. You have a school also here. Send it to them, and send a person from here to show them how to sing it or to use it. All these are very important. When you are nursery rhymes, all of you knew certain tunes. National anthem. It brings people together. I've heard of a story where after the World War II, there was a very unruly group of soldiers in a bar. And they were destroying things, and people didn't know how to bring them to some order. So their commanding officer was called. He looked at that, and he looked at the chaos, and he went to the piano and started playing the national anthem. All the soldiers, whatever state they were in, all of them stood to attention, quietly. It's the power of the sound. It's power of music, of song. It brings us all together. We sing Christmas carols together. Over the world, these are known. We have songs all across India, we can sing the same song. It's very, very important. It pulls us together. It's a very important thing. Because of that, because of our national anthem, I know a little bit of Bangla. So, when we are looking at all these, I was looking at drama also as one of the important vital parts of education, because I think very often teachers are actually acting out things. They are actually communicating, and they are really need to communicate with their whole body. They can't sit, as I said, and say, okay, open your books. They are also half out. It has to be an active role that teachers play. When you're on the dance floor, you can't have a teacher who sits down and says, "Appadi illappa, ippadi." No. You want that teacher to come up and show you how it is done. That is the most important, and that's very, very, for you it's very important. Or they have some other students say, "Nikami." Very important for each one of us to be able to show how it is done. Okay? So I'm going to bring this to a conclusion now. So go on to the next slide. These are my works. I took up art at the age of 68. Two of them are charcoal, and this is acrylic, this is charcoal. What do you get from drawing? There was another exercise which I wanted to do for you. Hopefully I'll be back here if you're not too tired of me, and I will do another exercise to show how involved you can become in the art. So I just wanted to show you, because you said fine arts, so drawing, painting, dance, music, and I have had experiences of that. Of course, my dance experience, I told you, I confessed to you. But the rest of it, I learned Carnatic. Whatever I learned in Carnatic, I could use in Hindustani, thanks to my very, very open teachers, my gurus. One of us, of course, having good gurus. I'm sure every one of you remember that this is my favorite subject in school, because you will have one teacher who was very, very favorite of yours. She must have been kind, or she must have been good, or very good in teaching, or excellent in communicating what she had. So these are the things that through education and art and education. In art, you have education, in education, you have art. Two are inseparable, according to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mala ma'am, for that wonderful delineation of art in education, art and education, education and art. I think it was wonderful for us to learn, and what we could do with group work, and like these were something which were really an eye-opener. I think I wish I had asked my school also people to come here for this particular session, because they would have benefited a lot from whatever you said. And we find how important art is, and I'm sure that all the students should take a pledge that you would teach, because after you come out of Kalakshetra, it's something wonderful, and like it's not only the performance aspect, but it's also the teaching aspect, which is very important. So I think you'll all do whatever she has asked you to. We thank you so much, and we thank Sir for also being here with us today, this morning.
I request Director Srimati Revati Ramachandran to kindly felicitate Srimati Mala Ramadorai. Thank you, Akka.
Actually, today we will now move on to the last session. I think I'll ask Amrita Shri to do her presentation tomorrow, because I think we're quite delayed in the session. So today now we'll finish with the session of Haripadma. Madhura Bhakti. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Kindly give us a few minutes to set up the stage. Thank you. Madhura Bhakti by Shri Haripadman. Shri Haripadman is currently an assistant professor at Kalakshetra Foundation, having started his initial training in Bharatanatyam under his parents and then under his aunt Kalamandalam Kamala. He continued his training in Kalakshetra Foundation up to post-diploma. He also completed his Masters in Fine Arts, Bharatanatyam, from Bharatidasan University in Tiruchirappalli. May I now invite Shri Haripadman onto the dais for the next session.
Namaskaram. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. First and foremost, I would like to thank our respected chairman, S. Ramadorai sir, Director Revati Ramachandra ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to present a lecture demonstration on Madhura Bhakti, to be one with divine. My humble pranams to my parents, my acharyas, my well-wishers, without whom I would not be standing in front of you. Because of the time, I shortened my entire speech without much explanation. Bhakti is a devotion, the path of loving devotion to the Lord. It is a devotional service where one expresses true selfless love. Bhakti can be expressed in different ways. Dancers express their devotion to the Lord through the song and their emotions. Where was the first this Bhakti mentioned? The term Bhakti is not mentioned in the Vedas or Idihasas. It is neither mentioned in Natya Shastra nor in any other related text. The term was first mentioned in the Bhagavatam. Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu, Smaranam Padasevanam, Archanam Vandanam Dasyam, Sakhyam Atmanivedanam. Above the shloka is told by Prahlada. I just read the names, not the explanation. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakhyam and Atmanivedanam. These are called Navavidha Bhakti. And very beautiful examples are given in Itihasas and Puranas. Hope you all understand that. I just move on to the main text. The most important thing, let me take a particular example from Ramayana, the devotion of Shabari, a perfect example of true devotion. Shabari belonged to the forest tribe. Pleased with her service, sage Matanga assures Shabari that one day Rama will meet you and you will attain moksha after she receives the blessings. She starts austere life and eagerly waits for Rama's arrival. She wakes up every day thinking that today Rama will come. She sweeps, cleans, decorates the flowers, arranges the seating, and pick up fruits and flowers. Even after growing old, Shabari was confident that Rama would someday visit her ashram. According to Ramacharita of Tulasidas, when Rama finally comes, she offers the fruits she had collected by taking a bite from each fruit to check if it is sweet enough for the consumption of the Lord, Rama. Moved her heart's devotion and purity, readily accepts the offering. Rama says, "You are in the embodiment of Bhakti," and he narrates the 9 types of Bhakti to Shabari. In her we can see all the 9 types of Bhakti and finally the last stage of Atma Nivedanam. Now I would like to present a small sequence from Shabari Moksham, choreographed by none other than our beloved Rukmini Devi Amma in 1965, music scored by Mysuru Vasudevacharya and Shri Rajaram sir.
Sramani Shabari Nama Chira Krishna Jinambara Sramani Shabari Nama Chira Krishna Jinambara Tapasi Jatila Vridha Sasidha Samshita Vrada Tau पुष्करिण्याः पम्पायाः तीरमासाद्य पश्चिमम् अपश्यत ततस्तत्र शबर्या रम्यमाश्रमं श्रमणी शबरी तौ तु दृष्ट्वा तु तथा सिद्धा समुत्थाय कृताञ्जलिः पादौ जग्राह रामस्य लक्ष्मणस्य च धीमतः कचिते नियम प्राता कचिते मनस सुखं कचिते गुरु शुश्रूषा सफला चारुभाषिणी अद्य मे सफलं जन्मं स्वर्गशैव वरिष्यति त्वयि देव वरे राम पूजिते पुरुषर्षभ चजुषा तव सौम्येन भूतस्मि रघुनन्दन अद्य मे सफलं जन्म मया तु सञ्चितं वल्म्यं विविधं पुरुषर्षभ मया तु सञ्चितं वल्म्यं विविधं पुरुषर्षभ तव दे पुरुषव्याघ पम्पाय तीर सम्भवं गमिष्यामि क्षयालोकात् त्वत्प्रसादात् हरिन्तमाददीक्षाम्यभ्यनुज्ञाता यदु मे तत्कळेबरं मद्य मे सफलं जन्म प्रणाष्टम् अशुभं ततः कल्याणं समुपस्थितम् अर्चितोऽहं त्वया भक्त्या गच्छ कामं यथा सुखम् त्वं परो धर्मः अधिकर्ता स्वयं प्रभुः लोकानां परो धर्मः अधिकर्ता स्वयं प्रभुः अक्षरं ब्रह्म सत्यं च पुरुषोत्तमः लोकानां परो धर्मः अधिकर्ता स्वयं प्रभुः
It's a perfect example for Atma Nivedanam. Now the question comes, is there anything beyond the devotion shown by Shabari to Rama? Let us go back to the 7th century, where a young girl pined to marry the Lord Ranganatha himself. She is remembered for her unwavering love and devotion to the Lord Vishnu. Andal was brought up by Vishnu Chittar in the village of Shri. As she grew up, her fervor to the Lord Vishnu grew up to the extent that she decided to marry only the Lord himself. Her ultimate goal in life was to seek surrender and refuge in the Lord's arms. Sudi Kudutta Sudarkudi, the girl who gave the garland she wore to the Lord. Her pure love helped her attain divine ecstasy and merge with the Lord. The life of Andal is immortalized in her works Tiruppavi and Nachiyar Tirumizhi. Using the magic of love and walking the entire spectrum of human emotions, Andal's works gently lead our consciousness toward a love that it is infinite and blissful by virtue of its unconditional nature. Here I will love to bring a small sequence from Andal Charitam, music set by Papanasham Shivan.
கரை பூணும் கண்ணாடி காணும் காரை பூணும் கண்ணாடி காணும் தன் கையில் வளை குலுக்கும் கூரை உடுக்கும் கூரை உடுக்கும் கூரை உடுக்கும் அயர்க்கும் 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 கூரை உடுக்கும் அயர்க்கும் தன் கோவை செவ்வாய் திருத்தும் தேறி தேறி நின்று ஆயிரம் பேர் தேவன் திறம் பிதற்றும் மாறில் மாமணிவண்ணன் மேல் இவள் மாலுருகின்றாளே ஆடரின் நனம் அநேகம் ஆற்றோறும் அழகி தந்தை வீடருள் பெருமாள் என்றே விதம்பட தொடுத்து வைத்த தோடவிழ் தோடையல் நாடும் துன்றிரும் குழலில் சூடி அடியில் அழகு நோக நீண்டதை கடைந்து வைப்பார் ஆடியில் அழகு நோக்க நீண்டதை கடைந்து வைப்பார் ஆடலின் நனம் அநேகம் ஆற்றோறும் அழகி தந்தை வீடருள் பெருமாள் என்றே விருதப்பட கொடுத்து வைத்த தோடவிழ் தோடையல் நாளும் தோன்றிரும் குழலில் சூடி அடியில் அழகு நோக மீண்டதை களைந்து வைப்பாள் ஆடியில் அழகு நோக மீண்டதை களைந்து அழகந்தளிலும் மார்பகத்தும் அணிந்தீட்டதன் பேரழகுணர்வார் அழகந்தளிலும் மார்பகத்தும் அணிந்தீட்டதன் பேரழகுணர்வாள் உலகம் மோடு கண்ணாடியூரும் கிணற்றில் பொருந்தி நிழல் பார்க்க புலகம் மோடு கண்ணாடியூரும் கிணற்றில் பொருந்தி நிழல் பார்க்க உளமும் புழுக பெரியாழ்வார் அது கண்டோடி வழலும் மனம் இலகி கோதை வெறுவலோடு இருகால் தாமை நடுக்குறவே விம்மாழுதல் தனை நோக்கி விஷ்ணு சீத்தன் மனமிளகி அம்மா கிளியே மடமையிலே அனமே கோயிலே ஆரமோதே இம்ம அலங்கள் அரவணை மேல் எழிலார் திருகண் வளர்ந்தருளும் நம்மாதவனு கணிவதென்ன நாடாய் கொல்லோ என நினைந்தாய் பூதனை பயந்தோ நிகர் முகத்தாய் புவியில் பலவாம் உயிர் பூப்ப மதனை பயந்த மாயவர்க்கு பனைந்து கமிழ்க்கும் மறுமாலை அதனை பூனையலாம் யாமணி மாலைகள் அங்கவர் காமோ இதனை தெளிய நின கொருவர் இயம்ப கேட்டும் உணராயோ சொற்றது கேட்டு ஓகை தழைத்தலும் தருண செவ்வாய் போதையும் எந்தாயிங்கன் கூறிய 18 பேதையே உணரமேலாம் பதிகளை பிரித்து ஓதென மாதயம் முனிவர் தானும் மனமிகு மகிழ்ந்து நோக்க அன்றை இரவீர் பெரியாழ்வார் அமுதம் பருகித் திருவனை மேல் சென்று மலர்கண் வளர் பொழுதில் திருமால் அவன் தன் கனவிலுற்றார் வெள்ளை வெள்ளத்தின் மேல் ஒரு பாம்பை மேத்தையாக விரித்ததன் மேல் கள்ள நீதினை கொள்கின்ற மார்க்கம் காணலா கொல்லன் ஆசையினாலே துன்றி உததியுடை தூய்மார் நமக்கு சொல்லும் பாமாலையொடும் மன்றல் மாலை கைங்கரியம் வகுப்பான் துளவில் உருபவித்தே உனது மகளாய் வளர்கின்றாள் அவளின் நாடாய் உவப்பினோடும் தனது குழற்கு அணிந்து நிழல் தனை கண்ணாடி தனில் உணர்ந்து மனது மகிழ்ந்து கழித்தருள் பூமாலை அதனை நீ கொணர்ந்து தினமும் அளித்தாய் அது நரவம் திகழ்ந்தீட்டழகும் சிறந்துளதா
Now we understood the beautiful journey of Andal towards the Lord Ranganatha. Now let us come much ahead for the late 15th century, where an ardent devotee of Lord Krishna personified the Lord as the husband of her soul, Meera, a princess who belonged to the royal family of Mewar, sacrificed everything for her love and devotion to Lord Krishna. She was never concerned with social customs and traditional religious beliefs that were prevalent during her period. Meera can be described as a fearless character that went against conventional beliefs and attained perfection in devotion. She sang and danced, praising the Lord Krishna. She immersed herself in the love of Giridhar Gopal. The name of Giridhar Gopal was always on her lips. Even her dreams, she lived and had her beings in Krishna. She attained what she wished for, merging with Krishna's consciousness. In both these instances, the love is directed towards the Supreme Lord. He is sought of his sake along the true bhakta. There is no question to personal gain except the yearning for the closeness with Him. Only overwhelming love and devotion to God take the center stage in the Bhakta's entire consciousness. The sole purpose of love now becomes God, which makes their thoughts, words, and deeds an offering to Him. All the senses with to seek their objects in the eternal world. This, the sense of I and mine that easily robs one true identity, is thus kept at a safe distance in such a state of mind. This feeling that one cannot be without the Lord, underlying bhava of Madhura Bhakti, Jivatma Paramatma Aikyam. The thoughts are constantly fixed on the Lord in pure, unremitting devotion, hence securing this bliss of merging with Him. Madhura is the highest and gives the maximum bliss. Milk is curdled and churned. Butter is produced and clarified into ghee. Ghee is the end, the final stage. So, the Madhura Bhakti is the last stage in the experience of merging with the Lord. The journey ends and the feet stop when the goal is reached. When the Madhura experience is achieved, there is nowhere else to go, nothing more to do. The totality of God is experienced in Madhura Bhakti, His Purna aspects, His Prema aspects. The love of the gopis, Shri Krishna described in Srimad Bhagavatam, is another perfect example of Madhura Bhakti. Selfless love is manifested to the greatest extent into the devotion of the gopis. Selfless here means that the gopis never had a slightest tinge of desire for their own happiness. Their only goal was to make Sri Krishna happy. Although the gopis experience a tremendous amount of misery and pain of separation from being unable to be with Krishna, they did not waver from their desire for the happiness alone and not for their own. The two separate entities, the Jivatma and Paramatma, merge through the Madhura Bhakti. Madhura Bhakti is the vehicle for the ultimate union with the Lord. To go a little deeper, Madhura Bhakti comes under the guna of Madhuryam. Madhuryam can be expressed only through Sringara and Karuna. Karuna Rasa finds its place when it comes to Viyoga Sringara, separation from love. This is why we can find Sringara and Karuna as the predominant rasa in the Madhura Bhakti. Now, we will come to the period of Jayadeva. Madhura Bhakti takes a different sphere when it comes to the love of Radha and Krishna. The divine love was brought through the Gita Govinda of Jayadeva. Through the bhavana of Jayadeva, the Lord, who was above all the emotions, is brought down to the Jivatma level. Here, even Krishna pines for union with the Radha. Their love for each other is divine, pure and selfless. To understand this much better, I would like to present a small scene taken from the drama Bhakta Jayadeva, choreographed by Srimati Krishaveni Lakshmanan. The scene where Krishna disguised as Jayadeva to rewrite the verses which Jayadeva abandoned. Dehi pada pallavam, mama shirasi mandanam. Please be kind enough to allow your feet to decorate my head. When Jayadeva wrote thus, he felt it was sacrilege to state the Radha's feet should be placed on Krishna's head. He scored off those lines, left the manuscripts with his wife, and went to backyard for his house for an oil bath. But Sri Krishna was pleased with these lines, where he asked her beloved to place her feet on his head. This is a perfect example to showcase Krishna's love for Radha. The Paramatma requesting the Jivatma to place her feet on his head to pacify the poison of his burning desire. This type of Madhura Bhakti, where both Jivatma and Paramatma express emotions to merge, was first seen only in Gita Govinda. There is a small sequence from Gita Govinda dance drama.
रासक्रीडा विनिर्मातुः भावोदितः कवेर्हृदि देहि पद पल्लवं ते मम शिरसि मण्डनम् 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 तत्पावभागस्य वासुदेव जगत्प्रभुः वासुदेव जगत्प्रभुः यावन्नाप्नोत् पदानन्ये यावन्नाप्नोत् पदानन्ये विरतः सस्नातु मे इव विरतः सस्नातु मे इव सस्नातु मे इव पुस्तकं तत्र गृहीत्वा पुस्तकं तत्र जयदेवेन यत्कृतं जयदेवेन यत्कृतं गृहीत्वा पुस्तकं तत्र जयदेवेन यत्कृतं मनसा तल्लिलेघासौ जयदेव स्वरूपधृक् पुनरुत्थाय सस्रातुम् पुनरुत्थाय सस्नातुम् जगाम अतित्वरान्वितः जगाम अतित्वरान्वितः
It's fully in Padmavati. Thank you. I will conclude. The Andal, Meera, Radha and the Gopis are indeed classic examples of Madhura Bhakti. But there are many works written by saint poets who take the role of Jivatma and express shades of Madhura Bhakti towards the Lord. To conclude, through the Madhura Bhakti, unconditional love, they were able to attain the goal that the greatest of rishis and seers has seen striving through the severe penance and practice. They could all worldly considerations and seek the Lord with single-minded love. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Before I conclude, I would like to introduce my musicians. Nattuangam Srimati Josna Menon, vocal Shri K. Hariprasad, Mridangam Shri K.P. Anilkumar, flute Shri T. Shashidhar, Veena N. Anantanarayan, the dancers for Shri P.T. Narendran, Srimati Shali Vijayan, Shri Rakesh, Srimati Indu Nidish, Shri Girish, Krishna, Sanjit Lal and Shri Lakshmi. And Srinath. Thank you. I would like to thank my beloved Acharyas, A. Janardhan sir, Balakrishna Shan, Raghuram sir and Revati Akka for giving lot of inputs regarding this Madhura Bhakti. Namaskar.
That was indeed an enlightening session and a visual treat for the eyes. Thank you so much, sir. I now request our senior guru, Professor A. Janardhanan, and Director Srimati Revati Ramachandran to kindly come upon dais to felicitate Shri Hari Padman.
That was a wonderful presentation, I think. So subtly and so beautifully put in, precisely put in together. And I want to congratulate Hari Padman for having done this in a very short time notice, and also like with all the other programs which we are having. And I want to thank every artist here, all our teachers who gave him so much of support. Thank you so much. All the dancers and the musicians, and it was a treat. Only thing, it got a bit delayed. I have to apologize for that. But thank you so much. We'll have this presentation somewhere else again because it was very, very informative. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Akka. Tomorrow, for the fourth and final day of Kala Samprekshana, Session 4, Topic 1, Dance and Therapeutic Exercise as a Remedy for Arthritis by Kumari Amrita Shri Balaji and Swatmanubhava, The Inner Experience. Four and 5. 8:45. Okay. Looking forward to your presence. Yeah, it is at Bharata Kalakshetra Auditorium. Thank you so much. Namaskaram.